Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...
Only other things that were there that I would have wanted were stuff that I have coming from TFAW anyway.
Right.
Like, I could grab another copy of the, raised foil variant of Justice League, but I've got that coming in the mail already. So, and that wouldn't even counted because that's a $7.99 book. So
Look, yeah. So my store does that too, where it's like the price point. So it's like standard price, and then it's like foil price, and then everything after that is the like the graded stuff. So then that's always never counted in sales. But yeah, this is a good time of year for sales. I know like Midtown's having a bunch of them. TFAW's having a bunch of them. Unfortunately, there's just nothing good that we haven't already read through. Like I went and I looked because it's like 50% off everything at TFAW right now. Or singles, not everything, singles.
Oh, okay, but not new books, like older orders, like back issues.
Like, I think the only ones that don't count are from like the last 3 weeks. Like,
really?
I think everything else is completely fair game. Yeah, like it's a big sale, and I was disappointed because I'm like, Andrew and I already have all this. There's nothing to run back and be like, look, we can get it now because we're smart about it.
Like what? Yeah. That's fine. I'm not complaining because I've got actually a bunch of foil variants coming through TFAW this week because like I have like a month's worth of them coming in, like all my Scarlet Witch ones, my Venom, all new Ebon.
Oh, it's the
and
best
all
cup.
that.
We probably won't have a section because we didn't put any time because it's been a busy week, but like top 5 covers of the year, easily that one is in there. That Ebon Venom one. Like it's just that might have been the cover that made us go like, we should start a show and we should call it Foil Variant. Because we were just like, this thing is amazing.
It's an incredible cover. Absolutely incredible.
Aside from our trips to our LCSs, which I'm sure you'll hear more about because it has been 2 weeks since we have been here, but we are back. It is Foil Variant time. I am joined by my good buddy, Andrew. Andrew, how are you doing? Aside from trying to find a way to game the system with sales.
I'm trying to find a way to game the system with sales and trying to find a way to game because I don't have time for that mostly these days, and I still have to figure out how to make it work. And I need to play Marvel Rivals with y'all.
Hey, at least your Saturday streams are going. You're still getting through Xenoblade.
Still getting through those. I will be wrapping up Xenoblade Chronicles 3's DLC on this Saturday. And then at the beginning of the year, I will start like the vanilla Xenoblade 3. But that's neither here nor there. But it's just been for a short week. So it was a condensed week. So I had like a lot of stuff to do on my Monday and Tuesday, which was a half day for me for work, and then today and tomorrow. So like it's really like just having to cram a ton of things. We've got so much going on over at the Rippaverse. We've got a big announcement video dropping tomorrow late afternoon at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Our Rippaveal showcase.
I feel stupid.
Like a Sony State of Play.
I feel stupid because I feel like I should have asked this before the show, but you guys have that already up, right? Like that link. Like the what do you call it? Like the placeholder, like for the stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure we do. Let me double check because the thing is, it's set as a premiere, not a video. So.
At least as long as it's still, there it is. It's in my recommended right when I go to YouTube. Check that out. So I will go and I will throw that in the description of this video because That is where we put all of our fun links. And don't forget to pre-order Bloodruth. That link is still down there. We will obviously hit that more in depth once we get to the end of the show. But for now, I will find a way to add that to our video description. But I will do that at a moment where it doesn't sound like I'm being a twat and ignoring our readers. But yes, no, I'm right there with you. It has been a condensed week. I think you and I probably, unfortunately, have the same problem in our positions, which is like, this is a week where you got to cram a bunch of stuff in, but then we don't get a break after that. Like, we just go back into the regular, like, this time right now is for most people, they get the time off, right? Like, they get this week where it's like, Christmas to New Year's, it's either like way easier or you don't have to go to work, whatever. And then you can roll fresh into the new year. For us, it's like, oh shit, this is the last week. I've got to do everything. Yeah. All right, breathe. Now I got to get back to my regular work. And so I'm right there with you. Like, I felt the Christmas spirit yesterday in the morning where it's like, 9 o'clock, opening presents with the family. It's great. And then as soon as like 3 p.m. sank in, I was like, oh wait, this isn't even like a real holiday for me. I got to go do stuff.
Yeah, no, I had a great Christmas. You know, I spent like an early Christmas, like a week and a half early with Mary, and we had a great time. Went out to a nice Japanese steakhouse. Went and saw War of the Rohirrim in theaters, which was actually quite good. It wasn't amazing, wasn't perfect, but it was actually, despite what a lot of people would have you believe, it was actually good and very enjoyable
I know.
And beautiful. Like the animation is absolutely gorgeous. That's one of those things.
I'm sure it is.
When I finally get around to getting the 4K box set of all of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings stuff, so the Lord of the Rings trilogy as well as The Hobbit, I'll just get all
Why?
of it. Because OCD and I need to have the set. That's why. You understand this.
I can slightly break it though, because it's at least not like he went Return of the King, then Hobbit next year. It was like it's like a different production zone, so I can be like,
I will do it for no other reason than to, well, one, yes, have the complete set, but also Smaug in 4K looks incredible.
I mean, I guess, but then you also have to watch the Barrel River scene in 4K. Like,
that's the best part of the trilogy, Mav. But no, for real, it's like I will grab War of the Rohirrim in 4K because it was just that pretty in terms of its animation.
It seems really pretty. I haven't gone to see it yet, just because I don't really have there's nothing against it. I just don't really have a burning desire to go see it right now.
Totally fair. And actually, you would fall in line with most people. It's not doing well at the box office.
Right.
In fact, it's already getting released.
I know.
On digital and home video.
Well,
like the 14th
week?
of next month.
Yeah, like it's really soon. But I was gonna bring that up for you guys because I know you and Mary saw it. You and Mary really liked it, and I know from our talks and from, if you guys follow Andrew on Twitter or any social media, you've seen him also sort of, I don't want to say defending the film because that sounds like it is really, really bad, but
yeah, no, I'm not gonna shill for it. It has
it's like
it has some issues, and Mary and
pushing
I
back against the narrative, I guess.
Yeah, Mary and I did like a 2-hour review stream for it on her channel. So if you guys want to check out like an honest review of it, go check that out, and you'll hear us criticize certain parts of it.
Oh, I'm sure,
several of them, but we also praise it where it earned it. So
yeah, and so like
that's what we try to do here.
Of course, intellectual honesty, and that's what I was sort of going to say for you, or to you and Mary, which she'll probably hear it from you, or she's in the ether listening right now. But I do think that more so. So yes, that film is unfortunately failing super hard at the box office.
It was a film nobody asked for.
It was a film nobody asked for, and they also. This is what I was going to say to you and Mary is like they didn't advertise this thing. Like,
they didn't advertise it,
not in the right way.
What little advertising they did for it, they didn't do well, because the marketing that they did do for it gave credence to Usual Suspects, we'll say.
It gave credence to Usual Suspects, but here's like a lot of the Usual Suspects were taking a lot of what they were saying out of context. Like I covered a lot of the. So in terms of advertising, all they really did was have Philippa Boyens go out and give a bunch of interviews, which, yes, do that, but also, like, what about big trailers or TV spots or something, right? But in all of those interviews, she does, they do hand her really loaded questions, and she tries to answer them very democratically. And there are some moments where she, her interpretation we can all argue with a lot. Like, for example, the biggest one I've seen was somebody asked her, like, why did you want to, adapt this story of all the things, especially when it amounts to like 3 paragraphs in the appendix of Return of the King? And Filippo was like, well, Professor Tolkien said that sometimes the best stories are the ones that are left, or like the most intriguing stories are the ones left untold. And it's like, I get what you're saying, but I think that's a misread of what he was trying to talk about, right? It's not just go expand everything. It was more of a statement of like, if you've got a story, Andrew, go out and make it. Right, Andrew, if you've got an idea for a speedster, you go out and you make that speedster. That's what Tolkien was saying. So there's like things you can debate there, but then a lot of them just went, oh, look, of course she's going woke. Of course she's like overwriting everything. And I'm like, yeah, no, guys. And also she helped write like the original trilogy. She has some credence here. Like this is not a random diversity hire. I saw people in Bounding's comments being like, this is what happens when you hire like gender studies graduates from 2020. And I'm like, do you know who Philippa Boyan is? Like that. This is not. I understand that line of attack.
Let's advertise we didn't do our homework.
Yeah,
right?
at all. Which, oh my god. Okay, this one is a really quick sidebar. But have you seen the discourse? And it kind of relates because it's all literature and it comes to comic books. But the discourse over the Odyssey that's happening on Twitter right now?
Admittedly, no. Okay. I saw the announcement for it. I heard that Tom Holland is supposedly getting cast as Odysseus.
Yes, he is, which is
and
not
like that
it.
was all I needed to hear to not be interested. He's actually, I think he's a decent actor, but I just don't care for him.
I admittedly haven't seen him in anything except for Spider-Man and that Catholic priest movie. Do you remember what I'm talking about? It was with Adam Driver.
No, I didn't see
they were
that
like,
one. I
know Catholic
he's also
Spanish
in
priests. Yeah.
What's it called? He was Nathan Drake.
He was Nathan Drake.
I didn't see that though, because if he's in something, that's not a sell to me. In fact, quite the opposite. Most actors today are not, and this could be a real long bunny trail, so I'm gonna keep it short. Most actors today are not a draw because we have lost.
There's no more movie stars. Yep.
If there are any existing movie stars, it's because they were pre-existing movie stars.
It's like Tom Cruise.
Exactly. And Tom Cruise. Like that's it.
It really is just that
right now.
It really
so nobody
is just
else
that.
is a draw, and some people like Tom Holland are the opposite of that for me, where it's like,
no, same here.
So I already was not that interested in whatever your project was. Now I'm definitely not interested.
No, I'm right there with you. The only reason I've seen Tom Holland movies I've seen the Spider-Man, because Spider-Man, of course I'm going to go see it. Even if it's bad, I'm going to see it, unfortunately. And then that Catholic priest movie, but that was just because everybody was raving about it. And I was like, okay, let me see what the kid can do. Let me see if he can do a dramatic role. And he's pretty good. Like, he's a good actor. He's just not a draw for me. Like, I am 100% there right with you.
Yeah, nothing against his acting chops. He's actually very athletic on his own. Like, just
he's crazy. Yeah.
He's really, really athletically talented. But if he's in something, I'm just
I just want him to spit the frog out that's in his mouth. Like, he just keeps, MJ, So I'm just like, spit it out, Tom. But the Odyssey thing I was referencing is, yes, Christopher Nolan's next movie is an Odyssey adaptation. He casted Tom Holland as Odysseus. Matt, I don't know if you guys know him out there in our audience. You might, because he's sort of in the nerd sphere adjacent. You might know him more, Andrew. Have you heard of Matthew Ramos?
Say that I have.
Yeah, he's more of a like a comic book movie type guy. I think he works for one of the like Collider or one of those bigger outlets or whatever. But he's just one of those like frontline guys who's always sort of like hyping things up, shilly. Like, we always point to him like, oh look, yep, Matthew Ramos has a scoop. Of course, just one of those guys. Nothing bad, just very, very, he loves Marvel, he loves Disney and all that sort of stuff. But he retweeted the announcement of Christopher Nolan's movie, and he went, wow, this is why Christopher Nolan is a next level director. Who would have ever heard of this book from 2,000 years ago to adapt? And everybody went, the Odyssey? Like, we all know what the Odyssey is. And so the current
Odyssey
discourse
also has a film adaptation already.
It has a lot of them. It has comic book adaptations. It has VeggieTales episodes. Like, it's all out there. You should know it. But to that point, all these people were going like, come on, it's the Odyssey. And then other people started firing back like, sorry, America, that not all of us know your culture. Sorry, we're Europe and we have our own stuff. And everybody's going, the Odyssey's from Greece. Like, what do you people want? Like, you guys are just, it's amazing because so many people are so confident in like how dumb they are.
The amount of cultural illiteracy.
Yeah.
Just on a global scale right now. Outside of, you know who actually gives a crap about their culture? The Asian nations.
To an extent.
Japan, Korea.
At this point, Korea this isn't even like a culture war thing that involves like our culture war. Their culture war, they're ready to just blow each other up. Like the men and the women. It's bad over there. They got their own problems. We don't got to look at them.
But like, there's, I think, a lot more reverence for culture. In Asian nations in general.
There 100% is. I mean, obviously, this is a whole rabbit hole we could go down if you guys subscribe to our Patreon and get the Marxism and culture comic book lesson. But that is also a lot of what it is the hyper left leaning applies more in the West. So that's got a lot less reverence for the past, a lot less reverence for even just respecting it or honoring it. So that's where a lot of that goes down. But you guys didn't come here for what do you call it, like Greek statues and like culture lessons. That's not what you're here for. You're here for you're here for your modern day mythology comic books.
I was about to say our modern day pantheon is
see, I like that.
Should have been.
I don't like there's that whole debate that always arises. It's like, oh, comic books are our new mythology, and I'm like, not really. Like, I like that they're our pantheon, because I can actually agree with that. We look to them as our like inspirational characters. Our we decorate ourselves in them. We like their ideals, yada yada. But I feel like nobody was out there writing the like myths of Achilles thinking like, oh yeah, this is going to connect into my Achilles short story that I'm publishing in the forum next week. Like, this is going to be great. Everybody's going to want to see this, right? You know what I mean? Like, myths were there to explain things. Comic book stories are here to, more often than not, very obtusely, or not obtusely, but very like casually like comment on them. It's like casual social commentary now. So I've never liked the idea of myth, but I really like that pantheon idea. And yes, Mary, he absolutely does look like a Greek statue. I agree. It's one of those ones, though, that you, like, dig out of the ground and, like, half of its face is falling off. Its nose is gone. It doesn't have arms. It's all gone. Kind of like those statues, right?
My skin is practically ivory, though, so there's, there's
that. It should be, because it's Christmas. Nobody should be going outside. Every time I have to go outside, I'm like, no, I miss the snow. I just want a reason to not go outside.
Yeah, we'll just say that's because of it being Christmas season and not me just not going outside.
Rodriguez equals tan. I know it. I can see it. It's the tan in your heart, not the tan on your skin.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Of course, Mary. We all know this to be true. The de-resing from a webcam does not do the man justice. But as before we me and Mary get too far in the fight over complimenting Andrew Olympics, let's get into the chat. We'll say hello to you guys, and then we'll get into some comic books, because we do have a lot. I would say, kind of a lot. It's been 2 weeks, but
there's a lot to talk about, but not many books to talk about.
Not a lot of specific books to talk about. So you're going to have a lot of great discussion tonight. Not going to hit probably like a lot of books, because we are sort of in that, like, we had Spectacular Spider-Man last week. Nobody cares about that book. That book's awful. We had TVA last week. That book is even more awful, even if it does have Jimmy Watch. All right, Jimmy Hudson is in TVA. I still don't know why I care that much about him, but every time I see him, I don't know why
you do either. But you get super jazzed every time.
I do. It's just one of those things. I'm like, look, yay! I don't care about the story. I don't want to really see what he has to do. I'm just sort of like, look, people remember him, like he exists. That's kind of all it ends at. But hey, that's what I got out of TVA. But that book is bad. And aside from that, we just have, the bad books were more mediocre than anything, but the good books, the good books have been good. And then, well, there is a main bad book that we will talk about. It'll probably take up like 80% of our time tonight. If you have been watching Foil Variant, you'll probably know exactly what we're talking about. If you caught the thumbnail, you can probably check out what we're talking about. But we will get into all that. We will not miss anything. I don't think we're going to miss anything. I don't predict us going 5 hours tonight, even though we probably could if we really wanted to. But before we get into any of that, let's say hello to the chat so far. Zero Dozer is here. His comment was one of those first comments that I couldn't capture on the chat program. But yes, Zero, we have a show tonight. We are here. I know our schedules have been up in the air lately with Andrew being gone and with me being busy. So we're trying. Don't worry. It's just one of those end of the year jitters as things roll into January and keep going. And as Andrew and I clear things off of our plate, things will smooth out. And next year is going to be best year Foil Variant ever. Don't even worry about it. We're even getting a Jonathan Hickman event, so you know next year is going to be great.
Well, might be cool, but also might be scary.
Yeah, I know. Especially because that event, they only put out that one teaser. Mm-hmm. That's like, it just has like the name of whatever it is. It starts with like an I or like Imperial or something, and then it's on like a starry background. And that just makes me go, oh no! Somebody get the leash! Like, do not let him go full Hickman. He's doing so well right now.
Him to go full
He's
Hickman.
Doing so well right now. We don't need to ruin that momentum. But aside from Zero, we've also got our boy Punk. What is up, Punk? Punk says, "Wow, yeah." Don't worry, guys. Also in the new year, I have a bunch of new chat things coming, so it doesn't cover half of our faces when we highlight it like this. Things are going to be great. Things are going to be great. Don't even worry about it. I just need like $5 to get back to my, I just need to catch the bus back to Jersey because my mom is sick. If you could give me like $10, I'll pay you back. Don't even worry about it. Just give me your address. But we've got Punk. He says, Batman. Oh, this is his pull for today. Batman, Silent Nights, The Return. What is the SC again? Oh, Santa Claus, duh. Batman, Santa Claus, Silent Nights, The Return, number 5. West Coast Avengers, number 2. Gargoyles Winter Special, number 1 were the comics that I bought today. I have to wait to pick up Vampirella Hell Day Special 2024 next week. I was actually surprised you didn't pick that one up, Andrew, the Vampirella Special. I feel like that would have been right up your
I've never
alley.
been a Vampirella guy, honestly,
really?
Actually. Yeah, like, I like the character's design and all.
Yeah, of course.
But just interiors for Vampirella comics are never my cup of tea. Like, I can never remember walking up to a comic book rack, opening up a Vampirella comic, and being jazzed about the interiors.
No, that is fair.
Her books have been going for a very long time. She has incredibly strong and loyal fan base and following. I'm just not among them in terms of actual book material themselves because I can't do it with the interiors. If there was like a J. Scott Campbell cover variant, and I know he's done them before,
I would be shocked if he
I would grab it, but that'd be it.
So I'm right there with you. I know Vampirella is really popular. I know she's been going forever. I do like her design a lot. I think it's one of those like simple like pinup style ones from the 50s, 60s. My relationship was different because I never went to pick up a Vampirella comic like you were talking about. Like, I've never looked inside because for the longest time, and not for any like judgmental reason, I just sort of had it in my head that Vampirella was more of a like softcore cheesecake film made into a comic book, right? Which would like it would have a plot, but it would probably be very loosely connected, if at all, and most of it would just be there for cheesecake. And I'm like, that's cool, that's great, but we've talked about this before. If I'm just gonna get something for the art, I'd rather get an art book or something. So I'm not gonna check out
have full spreads and things like that,
higher quality and everything, and just
I get that.
Yeah. So
as I understand, they're actually more kind of like urban fantasy cult, like
they are
horror in terms of the stories. So that the story is like supposedly quite good. I couldn't tell you because I never actually read one.
Right. No, and that's what I'm learning because it's actually because of Punk. Ever since Punk's been talking to us about comic books, because he's been getting back into them, he's always like, yeah, I'm picking up Vampirella. So I went, fine. Punk's into it. There's got to be something here. I'm going to check it out. First of all, Vampirella is one of those series where it's like there are 90 volumes from like 4 different publishers, but they're all canon, so you don't know where to start. So I was like, it took me like a week to find a starting point, first of all. But I did find that there is a run done by Christopher Priest, for Dynamite that went for like 4 years. So I started that. It is more, I would actually put it a little, you know how I would describe from what I know so far, Andrew, is imagine if like Nottingham in Witchblade was a hero and could like wield the Witchblade right off the bat, right? Like he's sort of scummy, but he's like, I will dole out justice. I know we got to dole out justice. Get out of my way, right? Yeah. Like, so it's got something there. I'm a big fan of Christopher Priest, so I'm trying to check it out, but I only thought you would have done Vampirella for, I don't know, maybe the art, maybe somebody did something inside of it. I don't know what's in it. I just assumed after you picked up the what was it? The Top Cow one? That maybe this one would have been on your list. No judgment if you didn't. No judgment if you not. I was just like, that sounds like an Andrew book.
Yeah, no, my Image stuff right now is just or my non big 2 stuff at my LCS anyways is just Witchblade and Lady Mechanica. I did do the Top Cow holiday special, which we talked about I think our last show, and it was fine. And the what's it called? The freaking I don't know why there's so much time in between them, but the Naruto and TMNT book.
Oh my god!
The next one doesn't come out till January.
I know, dude. The third one's not even up for pre-order yet on like TFAW, and I'm like, we're not gonna get the conclusion to like the series we've been loving the most until you and I are dead. Like TMNT, Wolverine's Revenge.
Wolverine's Revenge will wrap up in 2028.
You and I are gonna be like on like in our virtual nursing homes, and our like nurse is gonna come in and be like, gentlemen, it's here, Wolverine Revenge 5, and that paper will like land on our hands and like bruise us and kill us. Like that's what's gonna happen. I just know it.
Our bones will shatter from it being dropped in our hands because we're old and decrepit.
Finally. just like Endgame, just disappear.
I will say, while we're on the subject of like Image, Top Cow stuff, not that they need the help with it. However, the 4th collected volume hardcover of Witchblade is still live on Kickstarter right now. So the ones that I have displayed behind me, not counting this beautiful foil variant. So these that I have here, I have volumes 1 through 3. Volume 4 is they're in their last 24 hours right now. So it's less than 24 hours now. So it's probably something closer to like 12 or 15 hours left for that Kickstarter. If they reach 150K, then they'll put an add-on in there that is a spot foil Michael Turner sketch variant.
Oh, wow. Are you kidding me? I'm surprised you're not rushing to just give them the 150 like on your own.
Dude,
like,
I already have it. I already backed it.
No, I mean, like, I'm surprised you're not like, I'm just going to get 70 copies for the library because I need that variant.
I ain't getting paid like that. Not
Eric,
yet.
What the heck? Taking you to the Better Business Bureau.
Maybe I got to contribute just a little bit more, and we'll see how that pans out.
But yeah, guys, I dropped the link for the Witchblade Kickstarter. Well, it's because I'm scrolled all the way up and I'm not on the bottom of our chat. It's there. Check that out. It came from the Foil Variant account. After the stream, I will also add it to the description, which at that point there will probably be like 10 hours left. So get on that. But yeah, no, that's cool. I didn't know that they were still doing it. Is that the last collection of it?
I don't know.
It's only like 100 issues, isn't it?
Well, so this one's going to wrap up, what the heck number are they ending this one at? Hold on. I'm just going to bring it up real quick on my Kickstarter backed list. This one, so they're doing it kind of in arcs, or not arcs, but like in kind of segments of, I think, like 25 issues or something like that. I have to double check because mine are all still sealed. I'm backing all of the ones that they come out with, and I'm leaving them sealed because these are collector's items. I have the individual issues in storage. I have the trade paperbacks in my short boxes already. Like, I don't have any need to open these at all. However, this one is, where is it?
1 second, keep going. I just need to get up for, I need to pick something up.
No, you're good. You're good. This one issues. Okay, so this one collects issues 58 through 85. is what it is. And this is, I'm excited because this has some like really great issues in it, including ones that I want to say Randy Green was some of the interior artists on. I might be misremembering, but it should be pretty cool. Pretty not bad. Might be cool.
Might be cool.
Might be cool. I know it'll be cool on my shelf next to my other ones. So I'm excited for that. And I mean, I've been a Witchblade guy since probably before I should have been reading Witchblade. But however, that did get me started on loving demon hunter archetypes and that type of a story. So I went pretty quick from that into like playing Devil May Cry and stuff. So hey, it did have an effect.
Now wait a second. Your D&D character Martin, he, if I believe right, he was a demon.
Name every time.
I still don't actually remember anybody's names. I know Roland. I hate that little guy.
Ay chingada.
But yeah, let's see. Who else do we have here? Who else is hanging out with us tonight? We have Matt. What is going on? Clone Geek is also here. Says Ultimate Spider-Man was really good from a character standpoint. All it needs is more action, and it's the perfect comic. We will definitely be talking about that issue. Do not worry. Otherwise, if we didn't have such a big discussion plan for it, we'd probably hit it right here. But no, we got you, Clone Geek. Don't worry. Then we do, of course, have the ever-lovely Mary with, check this out. Mary in a Vampirella cosplay. Getting us spicy here to end out the year.
That is already a yes.
We have the vote.
That is
stop
approved.
the count.
That is 1,000% approved.
1,000%. You have it right here, video proof. Freaking Punk says, yes, Chris Priest is the writer for it. Priest is fantastic. I pretty much...
He's a great writer just overall.
He's one of those writers where, like, I feel like every time he drops it, it's at least quality, even if I don't particularly like the story. I'm like, oh, this is very well written. I see what you're doing here. It's not bad. It's just not for me. I also really like Christopher Priest because he's a black, like, writer, but he literally never talks about that. He never brings up like, oh, I'm doing this because I'm black. I wanted to do this because I'm black. He's like, I just want to write that character. Can I write Vampirella? I like Vampirella. And I'm like, that's cool. Like I even like that way.
To do it. You don't have to limit yourself to characters that look like you.
Right, exactly. And he's done that even before this current wave. So like, he's always just sort of had my respect. Like people would try to talk to him like, what's it like being a black creator? And he's like, I'm just a creator. So let me tell you about being a comic book creator. And I'm like, that's the guy. Like, that's my kind of guy. So very much love him. His stuff, I don't always like all of it, but I do like a lot of it. Subhuman is here. Said, I read Dick Tracy, Flash Gordon, G.I. Joe, and Transformers. Didn't we just talk about Dick Tracy? How, like, neither of us really got into him, but he's just always there. He's always going to be, like, a cultural institution.
I think we talked about that last episode.
Yeah, I think we did.
Where it's one of those things where, like, he's pre our generation. Truth be told, he's pre our parents' generation. But he's just kind of always, just as you said, he's kind of always there. He had that much of an impact.
He really did. And I would say, like, Flash Gordon also had a similar impact. Not on the same level at all, but, like, a lot of people know Flash Gordon. I like Subhuman's list here because it feels like, I don't know, like that
would
be
the very 80s list.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like it's a pull list somebody would have in the 80s, like in a good way. Like I really like that. I'm like,
no disrespect to it. It's
none
totally
at all.
Cool.
I've heard the G.I. Joe and Transformers series are pretty good. That are coming out. I have heard that. What is that? Skybound right now, right?
Yeah, Skybound that has those because IDW lost both.
Which is poor IDW.
Super surprising. Literally the only thing IDW has going for it. Okay, so two things. They've got TMNT and they've got Sonic. That's it. That's all they have.
And Sonic, I almost hesitate to say that they have Sonic because Sega has such oversight over that it's really more just like they teamed with IDW to publish it. Do you know what I mean? Like that feeling? Like it's more of
Sega has a kind of a leash on the creative team there in that there's certain things they cannot do. However, the stories themselves are crafted by Ian Flynn.
Oh yeah, no.
There's just like
yeah.
hey, like kind of it's it's like an extra layer of editorial, which as a
creator, and that's what I'm not talking about Ian's work like at all. Ian's great on it. He kills it. That's what I'm talking about though. It's that other level of editorial that makes me go like, I don't like, you have the license, but do you have the it's the Bane scene from Batman. Do you feel powerful? Do you feel like you have the Sonic license?
Basically that, yeah.
Let's see. Subhuman says, also finished reading Batman No Man's Land. That's Chuck, right? Didn't he handle that entire era, or was that somebody else?
No Man's Land, yeah, that was Chuck.
That was Chuck, yeah. I actually really like that era. Yeah, that's a good era. And that's one of those, like, I like that event because you had an event that wasn't, end of the world is coming and everything goes back to normal. Like, up until they reset for New 52, No Man's Land was still, like, very prominent in everybody's minds. Like, in the characters' minds. Like, they would always bring it up. They'd be like, remember when that happened? Yeah. So, you didn't need Darkseid. You just needed a massive earthquake. So, I've really liked that era. And then, of course, Chuck's at his peak there with that series. And then Spoiler and Batgirl and Nightwing and Robin. And he's just killing it all over the place over there. There's a reason they keep reprinting his stuff. Yeah. You know?
His stuff, it's kind of evergreen. It always sells.
No, that's what I mean. Like, it's evergreen. It always sells because he knows what he was doing. Like, he defined those characters. I think I've brought it up on this show before. I've definitely brought it up on my own show. But to what I was saying, like, they just reprinted Chuck's Nightwing run. Like, it just got a new printing in trade.
And only a handful of months ago, they started reprinting the Robin omnibus.
And the Robin ones, yeah. And I brought it up to whoever I was talking to, like, you know, my sister, for example, is one of the younger generation of comic book readers. She's not like, I'm all in for the, identity or whatever, but she, the comic books are for, like, straight white men, like, that's the primary audience. But she wants to like her characters. She loves Robin and Nightwing. She still buys those ones because those are, Chuck, regardless of your leanings, regardless of whatever, he knows how to write those characters. Yeah. It doesn't matter that they might disagree politically. He knows how to write Nightwing. He knows how to write Robin. And so everybody, like, realizes that and respects that and keeps going to it for good reason.
Mm-hmm. They go to quality.
Exactly, quality, and you just really haven't ever had a better Nightwing era than that. All of his other solo series have been
Tom Taylor can fall into a pit.
I hate that run so much. The only funny thing I like from that run is when Bruce had to put on Nightwing's suit to stand in for him for like a night because he was injured. Like, funny, interesting moment, but that was like one panel out of his entire like 4-year run. Forget Tom Taylor. And then the one that always sticks out to me, I don't know if you were reading around this time, but Infinite Crisis, when they did, after Infinite Crisis ended and they were doing 52, if you remember, they had all the main books like jump a year ahead, and that was like their publishing thing. It was 1 year later.
Yeah.
And the Nightwing 1 year later had him coming back from a year away training with Bruce. Him and Tim and Bruce went back to like Nanda Parbat and redid all the Batman training just to like reground themselves. So he comes back to Bloodhaven and there's another Nightwing. Oh my God, who is this Nightwing? And he's more violent and he's more brutal. And then it turns out, it's Jason Todd. And everybody goes, what? That's crazy. And this is before Red Hood and all of that stuff. So everybody's like, what? And then because Red Hood was still going to happen, either Didio or Jurgens or whoever it was at the time, they angled it away. And they're like, no, that can't be Jason. We have Jason doing something else. So they turned this Jason into like a weird cell blob monster, like from the end of Akira. Like that, it was the dumbest, weirdest change. And I remember being so disappointed.
I'm like, what reading the hell? That, but I remember hearing about that and being like, that's really dumb. No, I'm glad I'm not invested in that right now.
Well, it was a bummer for me because I'm like, okay, cool. I'm getting back into comics around now. Nightwing's getting a jump on point. I love Nightwing. Let's go. What am I reading? Like, what happened here between issue 2 and issue 3? Just absolutely off the walls.
Nightwing fans have gotten continually hosed when it comes to comics.
He got to save the day in what was that, Dark Crisis? Hooray! And Absolute Power, yay!
It never happened.
everybody. That's because that event ends with Black Adam giving everybody his power because everybody thought that movie was actually going to do something. That's how I remember it, and it makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, everyone becomes Black Adam.
Everyone becomes Black Adam. So
like
stupid.
Conceptually, there have been sillier things in comics. I can see an instance where that actually can work. However, they were doing it because they were trying to like somehow pair it up with the Black Adam movie, which I enjoyed, by the way, but it's not a good movie.
Yeah, no, it is not a good movie.
I had fun with it, but I'm someone who I'm enough of a rock fan that I can at least have a fun time with a popcorn flick at least once with it, right?
Yes,
Whether I go back and rewatch it is a different story. There are far fewer of those. However, I can at least have a good time, right? Because here's the thing. I understand that I'm not watching a character.
You're watching The Rock.
I'm watching The Rock be The Rock being called this other character. And at some point, you just got to kind of accept that and be like, all right, if I'm watching the movie, I'm going to choose to have a good time because you do have that choice, unless it's just that bad. And it was not a good movie, but I had fun with it. And so I was like, all right, this is fine. I saw it the one time in theaters. I haven't seen it since. I did audibly scream in the theater when I saw Henry Cavill at the end in the credits scene. And I was stoked.
Did you know it was coming?
Yes, because that had already been leaked.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, did you? Because then otherwise I was going to be like, holy crap, how did you dodge that leak being in our sphere? Like, wow.
It had been leaked, but there weren't like any like clear
shots
or anything.
No, I know what you mean.
I went to an early screening, so I went on a Thursday. And I went in the afternoon. So it's not like the movie was already
What even
out
is an
elsewhere.
early screening anymore, damn it?
Right.
When do movies technically come out?
Right? It's like Friday is the day they actually come out, but they do early screenings on Thursdays. Well, then it comes out on Thursday. Like, I don't know how to help you. But look at a calendar. I don't know. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, that was kind of the event itself was trash, but that ending was like, okay, so that could have worked. In another lifetime. I think it got tarnished because both the event itself was horrible and most people didn't like the movie.
Yeah. I mean,
it makes it worse than the concept. Like, that's already a concept that you kind of have to like really finagle in order to get to work, right? And they had all of the cards against them.
And see, like,
of their own doing.
Well, like that's where I get so torn because when I think of like the Black Adam parts of the movie, those are all really disappointing, and it's like, yeah, this is just The Rock. But then I think of everybody else in literally every other scene, and everybody else is like, I loved seeing Pierce Brosnan as
Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. That
was my stand-up, and like, what? Like, that was incredible. I really liked the kid who played Damage. Like, I was just excited to see Damage on the screen. I was like, holy crap, somebody knows he exists. Obviously we could have a 400-hour debate on whether they should have race swapped Hawkman, which I don't think they should have, but the guy pulled it off.
Hurricane,
Cyclone. But like, Cyclone, I think her actress that was just like all of that missed. But I think Hawkman, his actor was great. What's his name? Like Aldous Hodge or whatever. Like, great characterization.
He did it very well.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have swapped him.
No, and that's
one
exactly
of those cases
it.
where it's like, I can appreciate the quality of the performance.
Yep, exactly.
Separately as its own thing, but then as the comic book fan, I got to be like, yeah, but you should have just went with somebody who could put in that quality performance and actually look like the character.
Honestly, just fucking give it to what's his name, Alan Ritchson, Reacher. There you go, perfect Carter Hall. Like, he's already a DC actor.
At that point, he would have played, 3 different DC characters? Because he was Aquaman in Smallville, back when he was a babyface. And then, oh gosh, who did they cast him as temporarily after that?
You know who it is, because we just talked about it. I'll give you a second. I won't let you ask.
Oh my gosh. Why am I blanking on this right now? This is gonna bug the crap out of you. You just gotta tell me.
It's Hawk. Hawk and
that's
Titans.
Yeah, that's right. It was Hawk. That's why I didn't remember.
I know.
I skipped that show.
I know.
Because it has a travesty, and I refused to watch it.
But that's why I was like, I'll let you have a moment because you and I literally
just
just talked
like
about
a week ago.
Yeah. So I was like, maybe he'll get it. I'll give it 1 second. So yeah, that and if you want to get technical, if you want to just open it up to superheroes, he was Raphael, but that's a whole nother thing. But he actually. That would have made his 4th DC casting. Do you know what the actual 3rd thing he was in? Or, I guess it was technically the 2nd thing. Because he was in Smallville. Then, he was the voice... or go ahead.
No, I was thinking something else.
He was the voice of Aquaman in the New Frontier movie. That they did. Right. So he... If you want to count that as a new casting, even though we all know he probably got that because he was Aquaman in Smallville. So... 2.5 if you want to count it.
I would have taken him as Aquaman in the DCEU.
He would have been better than Jason Momoa.
Because otherwise, instead we just got Aquabro.
Or Patrick Orm. Patrick Wilson should have been Arthur instead of Orm. Like,
yeah.
Did you destroy your mind by seeing the second one?
I did see the second one. It was not good. Like the first one, as someone who's actually an Aquaman fan,
right?
At least like sections of his comic book history, and actually likes the character when he's written well.
Same.
That movie was hard. As somebody who enjoys popcorn flicks and pretty action and
it was still
stuff
pretty
like
hard.
that, I enjoyed it. But as like a comic book fan, and at the time I had just because when the movie was coming out, I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna reread Jeff Johns' run.
The New 52 one, right?
Yeah, the New 52 one, which one of the first 3 or 4 volumes is just phenomenal.
Fantastic.
Ridiculously good. Like, it's so funny right now looking back on the New 52 era. And maybe this is one of those like hindsight and distance things, because and a part of it also might be because how bad DC has been in years since, like post that 2016-2017 rebirth era where they really got their crap together again, and like all of a sudden most of their books were just not good at all. New 52 actually had quite a few, like, not amazing books, but they had quite a few books that were just like solid consistently. And then they had the couple of standout books, right? Yeah. Where you had Scott Snyder's Batman. Flash, I would say, was one of the books that was like consistently strong. It had a couple of arcs where it dipped, and it was like, I feel like we're like not quite sure where to go.
Right now, definitely.
It feels like. But otherwise,
see, I give that one just a quick note on Flash. That one has a big spot in my heart because that's the run that was done by Francis Manapul. Yeah. And that man his art is beautiful for like the exact storytelling he was doing. So I'm like, all of that worked. But you're right. Like there were dips, there were good parts, then there were dips. I mean, that's what happens when you erase, Wally and Jesse and Bart.
Well, that was the thing. That was where the New 52 really clipped itself at the kneecaps, right? It erased decades and decades of history, and DC is far more so than Marvel about legacy, and they got rid of just about all of that. They got rid of character relationships. Ollie and Dinah were no longer together.
Oh, I forgot about that.
They obviously they got rid of Wally and his entire family, and then they tried to sell us a freaking half-baked knockoff, right? And claimed that was him, and and they just did all of these things that were just poor decision making. And then even with all of that, they still managed to have some like really strong creative teams on certain books. Green Lantern was consistently strong. Flash was consistently strong. Batman was consistently strong. At least like the main Batman book.
Yeah, like Batman.
Detective Comics was more like this.
This one, Batman, just like Batman.
Yes. Dark Knight had a couple of fun arcs, and then it was mostly like,
Dark Knight started out like fun because they said it was going to be like an anthology type of thing, and then it just went off the rails.
I really enjoy this one, and part of that might be because freaking Dave Finch from cover to cover, so it's hard to really be mad at it. But,
yeah, back in what was that, Andrew? Like 2009, New 52 or 20? No, 2011 or something. Been, I don't know. But
it was
like
they
20, broke them
late
up.
2010, 2011 is when they kicked off New 52, and then
thankfully they're back together. But that's one of the things that I hate too, is when you go. I mean, this is just a general reboot sort of thing where it's like, oh, new universe, Lois and Clark are broken up. Oh, gee, are they going to get together, Andrew? I wonder. Like, and so then like everything after that is just, it's a Paul situation where it's like, we know what the end game is.
Yeah.
Stop like trying to be clever. We know what's going to happen. Give us Lois, give us MJ or whatever, and we'll keep going. One of the things, and I wonder if you felt this too, because this is really what sort of took the wind out of my sails for Flash, was we ended Final Crisis. Wally disappears off with Linda. Everybody's gone. I was waiting for like 2 years for the Flash to be like, oh, by the way, here's the return of Wally, Linda, and Jai. And I thought that was going to be like a plot event thing for the book. And then just never happened until 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or no, whenever Heroes in Crisis was.
Yeah, it was after. No, it wasn't even then. It was Flash Forward.
Is that when he comes back?
Well, no, that wasn't when Wally comes back. So Wally came back in. Gosh, I really do have everything here, don't I?
Yeah, you better.
So they teased Wally's return at the end of Titan's Hunt.
Yes, I remember that.
And then it was the DC Rebirth one-shot, which was when he actually...
That's right. I actually like that one-shot.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, it was written by Jeff Johns, got Gary Frank and Ivan Reis, Phil Jimenez in there.
It's one of those issues that, like, that whole setup and everything it does, like, that mystery in the issue is so good, but now that I know how it ends, I'm sort of like...
Because we forgot what Watchmen was supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
we forgot what Doomsday Clock, the point of that was, right? But as far as like Linda and the kids didn't come back until, because Linda was shown in the DC Rebirth one.
Yeah, but then that's like that. Isn't that scene where like
didn't
Wally
even remember him?
Yeah, like Wally like appears in front of her and he's like, no, you have to remember me, like Linda.
She
please.
doesn't remember him, which was obnoxious as hell.
That's one of those things I'm talking about, right? The Paul
she's
thing.
Literally the reason why he was able to come back from the Speed Force of his own volition so easily prior.
Infinite Crisis. The man is literally going full end of Justice League cartoon Speed Force, like, I'm disappearing. He says, I'm leaving, I love you, and instead of freaking out or standing there, she grabs him, kisses him, and says, you're not leaving your family, and they all go. And so then you bring him back and you say, I don't know you. I was so mad. I was just like, no.
I was pissed. It was bull.
But yes, they break up, and it's never fun when anything does that. Let's see. Punk says, I read the New 52 Wonder Woman Blood graphic novel that I bought a couple months ago. I was on a break from comics when the New 52 came out. That one is really good. I really like that Cliff Chiang, Brian Azzarello Wonder Woman run. I think they really leaned into the mythology end of it for that run.
They do. There are some retcons that they do to it that
there are some
didn't land as well with fans. But overall, the writing, at least for a couple of arcs, was pretty strong.
Yeah, for a couple of arcs, it was pretty good. It's once you get to the end.
I also really liked her. Weird. She was one of the few New 52 redesigns that I actually pretty well liked.
I liked it. I mean, it was simple. All you really had to do was turn her silver.
Yeah, I liked her suit. I think they did a good job with it. It was like one of those things where it was a pretty simple tweak to make it look less, I guess, classic. Because none of the heroes looked classic in New 52. They tweaked everybody a bit, but she was the one that like it worked.
Well, she got out of it with the least amount of like New 52 lines, right? Like you know, like think about like Superman's suit, all the like diamonds and the like MCU lines going all over it. Even Batman got it. Think of Barry, right? His light up when he fights. So. She got out of it with like, I think there's only like a W thing on like her chest that like goes with the motif, but aside from that, she got away from it. So, but I did like that suit as well.
New 52 Superman is a character that feels like they wanted to create a completely different character because he feels and reads like a completely different character, but they put him in Superman situations.
I know.
They put him in a Superman arc and
they took
it's like, why don't you just create another character? Because if you call this, if you swap names, so if you call this person, get rid of the Shield, put something else there, call this character somebody else.
It's
right?
Mon-El. Sure, make him Mon-El.
And honestly, you know, it's funny. He actually acts more like Mon-El.
I know.
And you know, change Lois to somebody else. Then you actually have not an amazing story, but you have a fun action comic.
Yes.
And that's perfectly fine. The problem was they called him Superman.
You called him Superman, right?
You called him Superman. You called him Clark Kent. He's not.
Like mine, more so than Superman. Like the Superman books made him sort of very wishy-washy. Like more so, like we all know he plays bumbling, right? Like that's part of the Clark identity. But
that's the thing. Clark is not incompetent. He deliberately does that in order to have that veneer and that layer of kind of like hiding in plain sight, to where who would suspect bumbling, dorky Clark Kent to be the Man of Steel?
Right.
That's like, the whole point.
And one of my favorite bits that good writers do with him is like, oh, I'm Clark Kent walking down the street. I see that sign is about to fall down. I can't run away because I'm with Lois and Jimmy right here. Oh, I tripped. Sorry, Lois. Oh, no, now I'm knocking into this guy. And then I pushed the construction worker out of the way. Oh, my God. What a coincidence. The sign almost hit you.
It's almost a layer of slapstick.
Exactly. But it's like very intentional slapstick. Like he knows what he's doing. And it's all concerted and planned. Exactly. And so the one in New 52 was just dumb. I don't want to use this term, but I feel like it's probably the closest term we can use, but it wasn't even like in that use yet. But like, okay, not incel, but like a NEET. Do you know like what a NEET is like in Japan? So it's this term for not in education, employment, or training. And it's basically just the Japanese term for, you know, like losers who stay at home and sit in their mom's basements. So like they turned him into that over just like an innocent guy trying to, you know, make his way from the farmland into the city. They turned him into just a straight up like incompetent sort of a baby. And I didn't really like that. In Action Comics, because remember there was Superman that dealt with him like now with the actual suit. Then there was Action Comics that was him right when he got to Metropolis. Yeah. So Grant Morrison wrote that Action Comics run, and I like the writing.
Did he do the whole thing?
He did. I think he did it until like the halfway point. He didn't do all, because that one went all the way until Rebirth. So he didn't do all of that. But so I like that story writing. He presents a more, I don't want to say childish, but a little bit of a more immature, inexperienced Clark, right? Like, I'll leap into the fray and save this person. Oh, you did, but you also caused like a 9-car pileup behind you. And he goes, yeah, well, I saved you, didn't I? And then he's off. And it's like, I like that characterization for an early hero, period. Like, I think that works for a lot of heroes.
It works for a young hero.
Yeah, but so it worked for Superman to a point, but then I also started sitting with myself going like, sort of what you were saying, like, do I want this from Superman? Right? Like, I feel, yes, I can enjoy him being a young, inexperienced hero, but the cockier side of him, it just never felt like, it felt more like Mon-El. So I was like, I like this run. It just ain't my Superman. Like, this is not. Yeah. So, like, honestly, when they did that whole, I don't even remember when it happened. Was it Convergence when they brought back pre-Final Crisis Superman? I was like, oh, this is my guy. This is who I've been waiting for. That's my
was
Superman.
An awful event that was unfortunately a necessary evil to fix certain things. Yeah. It was one of those things where you have no reason to go back and read that.
No, you do.
You shouldn't.
I have them all, and
I
I'm just
don't
like,
even own it.
I got it from my Pakistani friend, and even then, I don't even open them
on
up.
My
I'm
shelf.
Like, they're there. Yeah, I know what you mean. They're like, the only good Convergence thing was like bringing back Superman, and then surprisingly, so in the like pre-New 52 and then going into the New 52, Dan Jurgens was writing a Booster Gold series that was really, really, really good, because it turned him from just a goofball into like the unsung hero of the timeline. Like he became the guardian of time, and that was sort of, he learned to accept, like, nobody will ever respect me and nobody will ever think I'm anything more, but that's okay because I'm saving the universe and they don't know it. Like, I'm saving time and they don't know it. So it was this really good series, and then either Rebirth happened or Final Crisis happened, something happened, and the series was just over, and they rebooted it, and it's like, oh yeah, here's Booster's in the New 52, he's on the Justice League International. In Convergence, the 2-issue Booster series was like the pre-Final Crisis Booster somehow finding his way back into this timeline and like trying to figure things out, trying to like, this is wrong, we need to restore it, and trying to rope the other Booster into fixing it, but that Booster has no idea what's going on. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, Booster's destined to fail, you know that, but it's like a good tale to like watch him try it anyway. Yeah. So that was just the only other good Convergence thing to come out of that event. Everything else is... Remember Telos? Nobody remembers Telos.
The only Telos that I acknowledge...
I didn't even get its name right! Telos!
the only Telos that I acknowledge is from Xenosaga Episode 3.
Well, guess what?
You haven't played that.
I played all of them, game. Okay? I played all... Oh, Xenosaga! Oh, yeah. No, I played Saga. I've played Saga. I love my Cosmos.
Okay. Cosmos and Telos.
Mary says Smallville for the first time with you. Did you guys start it, or are you going to start
it? We did, yeah. We actually started that a handful of days ago. I actually didn't start Smallville until college, so I wasn't watching it as it initially started airing. I got caught up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so I didn't... They were already in season 7 or 8, I want to say 7. When I started, and so I caught up like really fast because at the time I was working for Game Crazy, and I got free rentals from Hollywood Video next door, so I just rented whole seasons and
next door. You weren't in the same store?
Well, they were connected, so they were connected, but like it wasn't one store.
That's still. Okay, so I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. That's just different from the way they were for me, because it would be the main Hollywood Video store, and then there would be like a chain link fence set up, like to make it look like edgy and hardcore, and that was just in the middle of the store, and that was Game Crazy. And you would have the whole like, mini store in there. That's crazy.
In the town that I grew up in California, in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
It was the Hollywood Video, and then off to the left there would be a chain link fence that we would pull over like a gate.
Right.
But beyond that archway was its own separate Game Crazy store. It was kind of small.
Well, of course.
That was my job out of high school. And I got free rentals. So
I liked Game Crazy.
Crap. I binged the absolute crap out of that series. And I own the entire thing on DVD. It's all in storage. And I plan on... I'm super tempted because right now, the entire Blu-ray set is half off on Amazon. It's like $90. It's normally $180. I'm tempted, super tempted, but that's neither here nor there.
If it doesn't come with the 7-episode Infinite Crisis crossover from Arrowverse, not worth it. That's an ultimate universe trade, not collecting the Ultimate Universe like single issue. That's what that is.
Well, to be fair, this came out.
I know, like forever ago.
2021, I think, for the 20th anniversary. It's like the 20th anniversary collection.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've been tempted to grab it, but I also just don't have shelf space right now.
Yeah, but Mary and I started that a few nights ago.
Nice.
We're about 10 episodes into the first season. She's really enjoying it so far. Like,
I'm glad.
Smallville is one of those series, like, if you can look at it in isolation, it can be a lot of fun. It does a lot of good things, and then also you can see hints of like where the CW started doing some of its bull.
You can
like even with like castings like Lana Lang, right, and other things that happen further on down the road, and so it's still fun overall, and it's got a special place in my heart, and so I'm really glad that Mary's watching it through.
See, I know what you're saying with like Pete's casting and Lana's casting, but that to me falls under that era of like Kingpin, like Kingpin being race swapped. That to me just felt like
where you're
just going for an Kevin Michael Richardson, or Michael Clark Duncan. Michael Clark Duncan. Oh my goodness.
Michael Clark Duncan.
Yeah, Kevin Michael Richardson's the voice actor. But yeah, like to me, Lana being cast or Kristen Crick as Lana wasn't because let's get diversity points and representation. It was like, this is the girl, this is the it girl, so let's cast her in a role.
Which is unfortunate because she's also not a good actress.
She's not. I like her as like she was one of my first crushes. I mean, my Mavlor, I absolutely know where my like puberty awakened was while watching Smallville with Chloe. Like, Chloe is my penultimate like archetype. Even now, hit me up, Allison Mack. We're okay. I can help you.
Yeah, even now, huh? We won't go into that.
We won't ruin
it. But no, Allison Mack knocked that role out of the park. She was actually one of the strongest.
She was.
Actors
I love her. I love that character.
Show. Yeah, she's fantastic. She's absolutely fantastic. But Smallville has some of my favorite castings for certain characters in this.
Best Lex.
It has my favorite Lex. It has my favorite Jonathan and Martha.
I was just about to say that too. Those are my favorite.
It has my favorite Lois. It has who else? Who else is my favorite?
I don't know. My favorite Lois is probably the one from Superman and Lois. She's the best one.
I've heard that show just overall is really good.
You gotta watch at some point. Yeah, at some point. I know you gotta. I'm not gonna like pressure you because obviously you got like 400 things going on, but definitely recommend starting that at some point.
Also, it actually has my favorite live action Ollie.
I like him. I can get behind that. I can get behind that.
It's because they didn't try to make him knock off Batman.
I know. That was Arrow's big problem. They got better about it near like.
They got better about it, and then they backtracked. They backpedaled.
They did.
They went backwards.
They did, and I remember like I was watching Arrow with a very normie friend of mine. Like, he does not like comic books. He doesn't care about any of this crap, and like he loved it. We would watch it every week and talk about it. But he's just like, I think it was literally when he's fighting Deathstroke for the final time, like during the. Essentially No Man's Land, right? Yeah. Essentially No Man's Land.
Oh, just stealing a Batman.
Just stealing a Batman thing. But my buddy was like, "Are you sure? Like, did this?" He like turned to me. He's like, "Was this supposed to be a Batman show at some point?" And I'm like, "You would be surprised. No."
No, but they wanted it to be.
They wanted it so badly. They wanted it to be Batman so badly. Yeah, Mary says she's really enjoying it. Let's see. Punk says, I like the Arrow TV series, but the couple, I'm guessing you're saying the like last couple seasons of it weren't good. To me, that series yes, it was getting like CW, like tired at like season 5 or 6, but there's that plot point where like it's near the end and there's like the underground society and then they're going to like nuke the top and then like they actually do like launch off a nuke. Do you know what I'm talking about, Andrew? And then like, Felicity ends up like hacking it at the last second and shooting it into the ocean instead of like the town.
I used to review that show for a different website, and I hated every minute of having to do that because it was during seasons that were, at least in my opinion, not good, and I was doing that for both Arrow and The Flash.
But yeah, see, like to me, that whole scene, that minute when they like. When Ollie like realizes he's in an underground facility, like a city, it's like a suburban neighborhood underground. I was like, we're done with this. Like we need to put this thing down. This is ridiculous.
Take it out back, guys. Just take it out back and,
and then they turn Ollie into like pariah and it kind of goes off the rails. Who even knows? So gearing us back towards what we're supposed to be talking about on this show, Subhuman asked, before we get into this week's book, Subhuman asked, what were your favorite Rebirth runs? Andrew, I'll let you take that one at first, or start with that one. What were some of your favorite runs from DC Rebirth?
So, DC Rebirth, Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns was really good.
Yeah.
The Flash was strong. At least to start with, Joshua Williamson was telling some good stories. I wasn't always on board with the art. They had a couple. It's because it
was that guy we don't like, Carmine.
Well, no,
D,
not just
like,
Howard Porter.
Gaga Blago. No, Carmine D. Like Gian.
Oh yeah, him.
He does the Spider-Man stuff too. That we always were like, this sucks. Like you and I do not like his art. I know that.
Yeah, his interiors, they just look They're not for me. They look, to me, they look sloppy. They look like there's no
I don't
actual
like them,
structure
yeah.
to the lines. I'm not a fan at all. But aside from that, Detective Comics, Tinian. Tinian's Detective Comics was really good.
That was the one where they had like the team, right? Like Tim Drake, Stephanie, Batwoman, Cassandra Cain, and Clayface, right?
Yeah.
I love that Clayface thing. I'm still so mad they went back on that. I was like, that was one of those characters where I'm like, he's just B-list enough where you could say, yes, he's a hero now from now on, and that would be fine. Nobody would be going into like the comic book store going, what? Like, why is Superman a villain now? Nobody would be doing that. They'd be like, Clayface a hero? Cool, let's roll with it. And I'm like, this
and it was
works.
written well enough because James Tynion IV is a really, really, really good writer.
He's so
Outside
good.
of that, Superman, early on in Rebirth, Superman
with
was incredible.
Tomasi and Gleason, going into like the Super Sun stuff.
Super Sons was DC's best book.
Like, by far. It was so much fun.
That book had no business being as good as it is. I've got the whole I don't have the omnibus. I do plan on getting the omnibus, but I have all the individual trades right here. Like that this series made me like Damian. A character
crazy.
I had never liked for one moment of my comic book loving career up until this point.
I never liked him as a character, but I liked him as I liked the concept of Batman being like, all right, Justice League, what do we do? And Damian's like, all right, I'm assembling like the sniper rifle. And he's like a cat or like a dog that like won't pay attention. Like, stop it, Damian. Like, no sniper rifle. Like, I liked that, but he wasn't a good character. And then that book, I was like, all right, I'll go.
And then
I'm up
J.
to see him.
Tomasi got his hands on him, and all of a sudden he was a good character.
Like, wow,
and
you're a real character.
That wound up having bleed over effect into the Rebirth era of the Teen Titans, because the first few arcs of that were actually pretty solid too.
Who was on the team then? Was that when they had like
So that one was weird for me because it was Benjamin Percy writing. And the team...
Who's so hit and miss, unfortunately. Yeah, when he's good, he is so good. When he's bad, he is so bad.
Yes, and thankfully, he was hit on those when he was writing Teen Titans, but I'm trying to look for a specific cover here. So the team makeup was super strange to me because you have characters who are clearly veterans. You have Starfire.
That's
you
right.
have
yeah.
Beast Boy, right?
And then you have like Damian and Ace, right?
They had Wallace, and they had
Ace. Same character. I'm just using.
Oh,
his
that's right. They're calling him that now.
Yeah, that's what they call him now. I'm just stuck on that. You're right. We're talking about the same character. They got me. They got me with the corporate virus.
And what's his face? The new Aqualad.
Jackson Hyde?
Jackson Hyde, yeah.
I actually like him.
He's fine. Like, I don't hate him as a character or anything, but it was a weird team makeup to me because
definitely.
It's hard when they're playing, because here's the thing. I've been a Teen Titans fan forever. And so Raven, Gar, and Corey have been Titans for a very, very, very long time.
They are the Titans, yeah.
And so to have, they were in that initial new Teen Titans run, right? And so to have them in a team where they're written as though they're kind of novices as well.
Yeah.
And it was this weird thing where it's like they were trying to have their cake and eat it too, where they were trying to present them as like in more of a position of authority or like veterans, but also still scrubs. And I'm like, this is so weird to
me. They did the thing where it felt like the Titans, like Corey, Gar, and Raven, it felt like they got leadership thrust upon them and they weren't ready, which isn't the case. Like, maybe they don't want to be a leader, but these are three heroes where, like, if it got put on them, I feel like they would step
could
up.
Rise to the occasion.
Exactly. I mean,
you
didn't read what was it? Beast World or whatever that stupid arc was. I only did it because I was in that weird phase of like, I'm just gonna find out what the hell is happening. Like, I gotta just learn
what's happening in comics right now.
Yeah, and it makes me so sad because it has probably one of my favorite pages of all time because it is just a page that is like tailor made for me. But it's only like visually made for me because everything else. So there's a page in Titans World. The whole thing is that like Gar's DNA gets out there and starts infecting people, and they start turning into animals. So there's a fight. So at early in the event, some of the heroes are going crazy, some of the villains are going crazy. So it's that first like, all right, let's put out the initial fire, then we'll regroup and plan. So in Metropolis, there is Chemo is like going crazy, and Power Girl. So there's a scene where they're all going crazy. All of a sudden, you just see Chemo like fly up into the air and smash down. And then you see John Kent in the blue suit with like, because he's got his dad's like electric energy powers now. So he's standing there in like the blue Superman suit and he's like ready to go. And you were like, oh shit, he just picked up Chemo with one hand and threw him. And then there's Power Girl who, because of her powers and everything, the animal she turned into is a phoenix. So she's like a half phoenix Power Girl, and her and like John just like meet eyes, and they like Supersonic and Super Shadow like go at each other. And visually, that's all I ever want. It's got my girl Power Girl. I love the Superman blue powers. I love phoenixes just like as a motif on everything. If you interrogate why all of that is happening, it sucks.
If you exercise even 2 brain cells, it's retarded.
It's the worst thing ever. But I always see it and I'm like, so like it's shiny, like it looks so. It's like a Jimmy Hudson thing. I'm like, ooh, cool. I know this is going to be awful if I engage with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually agree with you on all of those runs. A big thing that was wrong with that Titans run too was that was still the era where they were trying to say like Cyborg is a Justice Leaguer, and it just, I'm sorry, Jeff Johns, nobody's buying it. No. Nobody is buying it. There's no
anybody
reason
that
for
tries
him.
to tell you Cyborg is a Justice League member, they're wrong. They're lying to you. They're lying straight to your face. They're bald-faced liars. Cyborg is a Titan. Titans together. Titans forever.
Ever.
Exactly. And
booyah! Screw you, Ray, whatever it was, who played it in the movie, who was like, he wanted me to say booyah, and that's racist. Yeah, Ray Fisher. Like, racist?
Anytime you remove key members, note this. Anytime you have a Titans run that removes founding members, all of a sudden the run drops off.
That's actually very true.
Because Rebirth Titans started off really strong. Then what happened? They removed Wally from the team. They removed Dick from the team.
And then they started, because wasn't that when they started adding like
them with Miss Martian Manhunter. I can't remember her name, and they replaced her with
you got it.
Miss Martian.
You just added
and
to
then
it.
they replaced her with what's her name? Who's a cool character, but she's Lady Steel.
Natasha, like
Natasha,
yeah.
Natasha Irons. They replaced them with her, and it was like,
I don't care. Okay. Yeah, like I don't care about them.
And they removed Arsenal as well. So it was like, and that because Tom King. I don't want to go.
I was gonna ask, but I didn't want to bring it up. I'm like, isn't that when? I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. But they had a great team there, even without having characters like Starfire and Raven and Gar there. They still had a great team because you still had Roy, you still had Dick, you still had Wally, you still had Donna, and then you also had, and then you also had Omen. And so it's like you had a really cool team makeup here, and then they just threw it out.
And they threw it out for like that's what I was trying to like remember. Wasn't it the next lineup like the fat blue kid and that lineup of Titans that nobody really liked, that even I can't remember who was on it? I know it was like that fat blue kid, Damian, Wallace too, like just nobody I cared about. I was like, this is so dumb.
That was Teen Titans that they did.
Oh, okay.
They added them, but for Titans, it was after like the third arc. So they did Arc 1, which was Return of Wally West. Then they did Arc 2, which was Made in Manhattan. Then they had like the pseudo event, which was Lazarus
No, it was like Titan's Hunt,
Lazarus
wasn't it?
Contract.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then Judas Among Us.
Yeah, that's right. I knew that. That's right.
After that third official arc, Judas Among Us, that's when they started removing some of those core members off of the team. And the second I saw that they were doing that, I dropped the book.
You're like, nope, not doing this anymore.
Like, nope, I'm not. Like,
I think that's when I dropped it too.
You removed the reason why I was reading this book, so I'm not going to read the book.
No, I think I was right there with you because that book was written by Dan Abnett, who he's one of my favorites. So I was like, I'm in for this. And Nightwing, Wally, but then you know this is coming. But we got to that point where they're like, no more Dick, no more Wally. So I was like, so what do I got here? Dan Abnett and Brett Booth art. I think I'm okay with this book. Again, I like Brett Booth. He just isn't my favorite. I have a better appreciation now after like hanging out with you. But back then, I was just like, not for me. Like, just not happening.
No, totally fair. Totally fair.
As far as me, like, the only runs I would add in addition to that in Rebirth was I really, really liked the, Justice League, like, No Justice miniseries they did.
Justice was really good.
Right, and for those who don't remember, as Andrew grabs it, it's that event where, like, the 4 primordial Celestials, essentially, like Marvel style, like they pop out of the source wall, and various teams of like heroes and villains need to go stop them, but they're all way different. I don't know. It was just a lot of fun. Like it was like
cool. We got Dark, different. Justice League Dark out of that.
Yeah, and then they did nothing.
Really good book.
But then they did nothing with like those concepts. Like we've never heard of those 4 forces ever again, and it's such a bummer. And they're not the speed forces or the slow forces or the strong forces, okay? They're none of that. But then I would also add in, I really liked the Trinity series they were doing, which was by Francis Manapul, and that was just the Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman sort of like anthology they did. It was just...
That was super short-lived, though, wasn't it?
It was like 20 issues. It was not that long, but it was... I liked it for everything it was.
It was about as short-lived as it was in New 52 as well. Or no, New 52, they didn't have Trinity. They just did the Trinity War event.
They had Trinity of Sin, which was like Pandora, Phantom Stranger, and The Question. But then that book, like, that was only like 10 issues. Nobody wanted to read that because Pandora's not even a thing anymore. I looked her up like a week ago, and after like Pandora War is the last time they've ever even mentioned her, and I was just like, I'll see you in like 40 years when Grant Morrison remembers you exist and brings you. Him and Mark Waid are gonna have a really amazing like Pandora event in 40 years. But the other one I would add on to all the things you added was I really, really, really liked, and I know you're gonna disagree with me on this one, but I liked the new Superman series. And I liked it. I don't like how he's a member of the Superman family now. I don't like all of that development.
Oh, you're talking about what's his name from China?
Yeah, Kong Keenan. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So it's a new
I always
Super
forget his
Dash
name
Man.
because I had zero interest.
I know. So like you do not care about him. You don't like the concept, and I get it. And I don't like him as the
like I get China
family.
Wanting to have their own,
and that's what I liked. Yeah.
Thing. Like conceptually, I get that, but it was when they were trying to like bring him into being considered as part of the Superman family, where I was like, nah, homie, no.
Like the first like or second arc of that book ends with like Superman encountering him and learning about the China program and doing his normal like, I'm here to help you if you need it, like I'm Superman. Mm-hmm. But there was no implication at that moment that he was going to be like mainstream super family, and now he is, and I'm just like, we don't need another one of those.
Even though they do nothing with him. He's one of those characters where they tried to build up and did nothing with. Like, okay, fine. Avery Ho. Keep her over in China. That's fine. Yeah. That sounds horrible. But honestly, she has no business being considered part of the Flash family.
I don't like it. I do not accept it.
Green Lantern run was good. There were a couple of Green Lantern. There were like what, 3 different Green Lantern books going on? There was Green Lantern, there was Hal Jordan and the Green Lanterns, and then there was Lanterns.
Yeah, Lanterns, right? Which was the Jessica and Simon book.
Yeah, that was Jessica Cruz,
which was really
and
bad.
The book itself, yeah, not good. Jessica Cruz, decent enough as a character.
I like her as a character. She works sometimes. I like the fact that she's not a Green Lantern standard, right? Yeah. Like she configured the what is that, power ring. But I do not care about Simon, and they just don't really do anything with Jessica anymore.
Yeah, and probably for good enough reason, because they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do with her. And you can only have so many Green Lanterns on Earth.
I know, on Earth.
Like, we already do. Like, all right, let's be real here. We can have conversations about, like, how many Robins do we need? How many Flashes do we need?
Yes.
How many Lanterns do we need in this sector is one of those conversations. We've got Hal, we've got John, we've got Kyle, we've got Guy.
We've got Guy, Kyle, John, Hal, Simon, Jessica, technically Teen Lantern. Technically, Alan is considered an honorary member.
He's an
right
honorary
now.
Green Lantern, and then you have what's her face from Far Sector or whatever.
Oh yeah, Joe or whatever her name is.
Pisses me off because I actually don't hate her design.
Her design's cool.
Her design's actually pretty cool, and I'm kind of a sucker for Kamina glasses.
Me too.
And she kind of has Kamina glasses.
She's got Kamina glasses and a bomber jacket, and like to me, those are the two things where I'm like, "Fuck, you got me!" Like,
but
you got me.
The character has no slot.
The character is really bad, and then technically, if you want to say there are, so right now, if we go by the current run, you've also got that future guy who like came back to help like Guy Gardner. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the future Lantern with the other red hair. Or not Red Lantern. He's a Green Lantern from the future who came back to like help Guy do something. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a while since I read those issues.
Wasn't he also in that Green Lantern Civil Corps?
Yeah, he's in that special. Yeah.
He was in part 1. Yeah,
yep.
That. So
he's the one when Guy is like, what are we gonna do in the science cells? Guy's like, we're just gonna break them out, and he's like, oh great, and he's like just like running next to him.
Maybe he pops up in 17 and 18. I don't know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'll let you know as well. But yes, there are like 10 lanterns now. We don't need all of them. I laugh really hard though. I was talking to a buddy. He's like, "What's Simon up to nowadays?" I'm like, "Dude, he only shows up in backgrounds. Like, they do not know what to do with him. He was just put him away. We don't need him." But yeah, Rebirth was fun. That's what I liked. That's what we read. It's obviously it kind of blows apart once you go to the Doomsday Clock of it all, the Dark Knight's Metal of it all. But we've talked about that before. You all know how that goes. You all know that it was just a big old disaster. Yeah, look at that, punk. I wanted to give the new Black Canary comic a shot, but I saw Tom King was the writer. I decided to pass on it. Good on you for holding tight.
Do not let that evil into your home.
Do not do it. I made the mistake of letting the Marco Tamaki backup story into my house, okay? Like, that was an accident. That was Mark Waid tricked me. Mark Waid in a foil cover tricked me. But no Tom King in this house. Never happens.
I made the mistake of when I was getting back into comics, reading Supergirl Being Super by her, because I didn't know better, and I read that and I was like, what the hell did I just read?
Oh man, that one hurts. See,
and you know how much of a Kara Zor-El fan
I know you are. Like, that one hurts. Like,
I read that and I was like, I know I can't, but I want to return this. Can I have my money back, please?
We need to go to we have our one viewer. I forget what his username is, like American Texan or whatever. But he has the deal where like he can take like a book or like a box full of books to his LCS, and they'll give you 50 flat for whatever's in it. Like, they don't piece it out, and so he does that all the time. I'm like, you need to find a store that does that and just get rid of it.
I'd have to find an LCS that's run by people that are kind of jerks, because I don't want to do it to my shop, because my shop's ran by cool guys. I don't want to put that trash in their, inside their walls.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's like, I don't want to put the responsibility of getting rid of this on you guys. Like, I like you guys.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to do that. It's just not that kind.
But yeah, Rebirth was cool. Do you remember DCU? We're not, like, I don't want to get into it.
After that.
Yeah, like, what was that? That was so stupid.
It was them trying to rebrand because they had changed directions pretty clearly in the writing.
Yeah.
From what they were doing with Rebirth, because Rebirth was all about restoring legacy, and it read that way. It was restoring legacy.
And then Doomsday Clock took like 9 years to happen.
Yeah, and DCU was them kind of being like, we weren't trying to restore legacy. Well, I mean, we kind of sort of did. We did the work, right? Now let's leave it over there, and we're going to do all this stuff over here. And that's when they started moving towards, like, the initial 5G initiative, and then which became Future State, which became nothing because everybody universally hated both.
Future State was so bad. Like, I can't even tell you anything. Like, we were talking Convergence, and you and I were like, there was, like, the booster was cool, and then Clark coming back was cool. I can't tell you jack from Future State that was good.
Future State also robbed them of, what was it? They had the stupid thing where they had whatever that future Flash type character was supposed to be had like what the hell was it? Like, it did something to her legs. They had she had like so.
She had the Oscar Pistorius like things. Like,
yeah,
like
and
the blade legs.
Yeah, and it's like, guys, this is the future. You try to tell me we don't have like freaking prosthetics that look more like actual legs here? And what was stupid is that they gave her, if I'm remembering correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, they gave her the name Bolt, which was actually a cool name. And though it would have been on the nose, I would have immediately taken that name and I would have given that to Wallace.
That would have been, that's your Miles Morales solution right there.
Maybe that's on the nose, but I don't give a crap.
No, I like that. That is a good idea.
Because he's not the Flash. He's not the Kid Flash. He has no legacy involved with the Flash family. And so, okay, give him his own thing. Fine. He has the Speed Force powers. It is what it is. Give him something unique. Give him his own thing.
Give him his dad's Speed Force powers and let him use it for good. There's a good twist, right? Like, I still like the Daniel design, even though the character is stupid. West? Yeah, like the chippy armor and stuff. Yeah, like, that's cool. Give it to Wallace. Name him Bolt. Now we have our a character we can actually care about instead of
we have another new speedster. He happens to be black. Who cares? That's not a big deal. But he's his own unique thing now.
And then
you're not trying to cash in on the legacy of another character.
And they haven't even
done
anything with her. Like, she's just gone now. Nobody cared about her.
They did nothing with anything in Future State, and I think it's going to stay that way.
The one thing they did was they eventually killed off that future Damian or that future Tim and made Batman Beyond Terry. Like, they played it all into the canon. Like, he dies, gives the suit to Terry or something. So I'm like, at least we got there.
Yeah, I didn't read that.
4 years.
I didn't read that. Does that play into the actual current run of
not where we are now? All the stuff, like, because you have this most recent trade and then like the one before it. Those volumes have nothing to do with all that. That's all actual, like, Terry. They didn't actually do this, but just to put it in a way that can make it work for our brains. Imagine if, like, the Future State Batman Beyond was one Earth, and then they're like, now we're just going to go to a different Earth where this is Batman Beyond, and this is where it's happening. You know what I mean? So, like, that's kind of how they treat it. It's not its own Earth. I don't even know where it is, but it has nothing to do with all of that awful stuff.
Okay.
But speaking of not awful stuff, but you know what? I like that you brought up one thing in particular. We can finally get into some comic books because that was a great transition point to start with. Let's start with this book. This actual surprise of a freaking book.
This was the surprise of the week, honestly. Kelly Thompson decided to actually put her big girl panties on and write a good comic book. Because honestly, like, it's not that the first two issues had been bad up to this point. They were just kind of like, okay. They were there.
Fine.
They were easily the weakest of the current Absolute Universe books. However, this one, all of a sudden, and I DM'd you. I was like, dude, I'm on board.
You DM'd me. You were like, did you read Absolute Wonder Woman? I was like, not yet. And at that moment, I had just wrapped Amazing Spider-Man, so I was like, I'll do that next. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I wrapped, I think I messaged you, and I was like, dude. Like Absolute Wonder Woman. And we didn't say anything. We tried to be good before the show, but we were like, yes, okay, here we go.
We try not to pre-discuss the books, guys, aside from just like, we might shoot each other a message or two if we have the time.
This is good. Or like, hey, did you miss this? Or like, did I miss something here? But we do really try to like not get into the books. We try to save that for you guys.
Yeah. We want this to be all actually pretty organic.
Yep, it's all, you're getting our real raw thoughts for better or worse. But in terms of Absolute Wonder Woman, at least if you guys remember from our last few reviews of issue 1 and 2, Andrew and I were, like Andrew was recapping, it was fine. It wasn't egregiously bad. There were some cool art moments. The art's been pretty... Let me rephrase that. The style is a little weird, but a lot of the like
the
framing
and not
what do you call that? The laying out of it, like the panel layouts.
The layouts have been good.
All of that stuff is amazing.
The art style itself has not been my cup.
And that's why it hasn't been mine either. So that's why I made that correction, because I was like, wait a second, we don't like the art style per se, but they're like, again, I know I talk about it all the time, but that page in the first issue where Wonder Woman's like jumping on the beach and it like
it's really showing
panels,
the movement there.
Yeah, like. That's incredible. Like, that's really good from them. But like Andrew and I were saying, these last few issues, very basic story, nothing really out of the ordinary, and also just too much like Wonder Woman. She's just very much, you could have taken this, put it in the New 52, and been like, this is our Diana still. This is just a regular Diana story.
Right, there were really no differences other than where she came from.
And no,
or rather, even not even that. It was just where she lived.
Where she lived,
still
really.
came from the Amazons. She just
still came from the Amazons.
She was just living in hell.
Yeah, lived on an island in hell. A man washes up on shore. She is training to be a warrior. She becomes entranced with man's world.
Yeah,
he
so
goes
we still
back.
had the Steve Trevor involvement in her origin. So
still had Steve Trevor, and she was still like. So obviously when we see Absolute Batman and Superman, those are still those characters, and they still, like, we see that Superman's still a paragon of good, Batman is still a guy who's trying to clean up his neighborhood, but there's a little bit different, like,
the circumstances are vastly different still. The characters themselves are still the characters at their core. However, the circumstances, all the extras,
that's the best way to put it.
Vastly different.
So then that colors everything different. But with Wonder Woman, her circumstances were basically the same. You just gave her to Cersei instead of Hippolyta. Like, that literally was the only difference we were getting. Or it was. It was the only difference we were getting. Because this issue, like, putting on her big boy pants, like Andrew said, was exactly what happened with this issue. So, if you guys remember from the last issue, Diana beat back the big, weird, fleshy cube that was letting out a bunch of demons onto Gateway City, only for another giant, bigger monster that was sort of like a big walking crab with its guts hanging out.
Tetracide.
Yeah, the Tetracide.
Quite the name.
Which is quite the name. I actually kind of like this monster idea. Everything she says about it, it's not... It feels very shonen in the sense that it's like, oh, she can't just punch it to death. Right? Like, this isn't just going to be a knockdown, drag down fight where she throws it into the sun. There's a lot of strategizing she has to do, so on and so forth. But yeah, so the Tetracide, what does she say about it? Yeah, Tetracide, it means quite literally the 4 killer. It kills in 4 ways. Death of fear, death of mind, death of body, death of soul. And, she goes into it. I liked this bit too right here, this art idea where it's like she's recapping. She's recapping what the Tetracide is, so it goes back to the Greek like pottery. I thought that was really, really cool. And so yeah, the Tetracide, it makes you not afraid. So then you go towards it, and you all run over and you crush each other, and that's the death of your body, and then it eats your soul. And I like that it's a primal monster, right? Like, this isn't something that's thinking. This isn't Lex. This isn't Joker. This is just a force of nature, essentially. And Diana even recognizes, she's like, everybody needs to run. Like, go. Yeah. Get the hell out of the city right now.
She even talks as though she's going to die. Like, she has no delusions that she can beat this thing.
And I like that. So that happens in like a couple pages, and we'll show you guys when we get there. But what I liked about that is a soldier says something like, wait, you die? And nobody addresses it after that. Like, it's just like a fact. I don't even know what's going to happen. And that makes me go like, what is going to happen? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So Diana tells everybody, escape the city, get out of here. She goes to fight the Tetracide. A pretty decent action scene. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Nothing bad. It is what it is.
The panel layouts for those couple of pages were just okay.
Yeah, they're fine. There's nothing.
There are better pages in this book for sure.
Oh yeah, but I did like these 3 or at least these first 2 panels on this page, Andrew. Like her eyes and then the blade throw. I think that I really liked them. There was something about them. Like, if you blew that up into the page itself and you gave more detail to them, it would have been.
Well, it shows some really specific emphasis. So what she's doing there is through the visual storytelling, when you zoom in on the eyes like that, you're telling the reader Diana is focusing on something. You don't know what it is yet, but she's focusing for some reason. And then in that next panel, that panel 2, whatever it is that she was focusing on, she's launching the Buster Sword. She's taking aim.
Yeah, right? The Buster Sword, yep.
It looks like the Buster Sword.
It is the Buster Sword, all right? No, it is. And I wanted to bring that up because in the first 2 issues, and I think this is just kind of reflective of how all humans are with things they like and don't like, because in the first 2 issues, I was like, really, Tom, like, Kelly, you're just ripping off the Buster Sword? And then with this issue, I'm like, you know what? You can have the Buster Sword. Like, it's fine. It's not the Buster Sword. Okay, Kelly, you can have it. But if this issue wasn't that good, I probably would have been like, come on, Kelly. Like, what are you doing? Make a new sword.
If we had another, like, either stinker or just kind of meh issue, then it would have been like, all right, no, you don't get the Buster Sword.
Yeah, you don't get it. You had a chance to prove yourself for the Buster Sword. You get the Gunblade, okay? You go find Squall and you get the Gunblade.
Hey.
Oh yeah,
Gunblade is cool.
I forgot that you like 8. No, I like the Gunblade. It's cool.
Love 8 and I love the Gunblade, even though 8 is like the easiest of the franchise to just completely break the battle system.
It's so easy to just get really, really strong in that one really, really fast. But so we have Wonder Woman just sort of going crazy, having a fight, going against the monster. Then we get a flashback to so this is kind of the pacing here is really important to this specific development. So we see
the pacing was actually really
the pacing is great, even with the flashback that we're about to get into. Like, it wasn't too long, it didn't hang, it was perfectly timed for it. So
that's the tricky thing with flashbacks too, because you run the risk of losing your momentum from the current events.
Oh yeah.
When you're trying to, because the only reason to do a flashback is to provide context. The reader. Show them context, right? However, if you spend too much time on that, then you lose the momentum and therefore the gravity of whatever the current situation is. So you got to play that card very, very carefully.
I mean, I will forever keep gassing up this movie, if you will, and you're going to hear it throughout the rest of the year and forevermore. But like, look at Sonic 3, right? The Maria scene at the end, like when he like touches the window right before the laser fires and all that starts, like that could have broken everything. That could have been like a 7-minute thing that broke your entire pacing. Instead, it was like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of just them hanging out, getting shot. Perfectly worked with everything. And it kept you in the action. It didn't make you go like, why didn't we just open the movie here, right? It was like, it used the flashback to give you the context and didn't hang, which is kind of what happens here. So Diana, she's in the midst of fighting the Tetracide. It eventually, she's doing pretty well. We saw her like lasso it up. She gets out her axe. She's chopping away at it, but then it gets her in its grip. You can see it like wraps up her arm and, oh no, what happens? But then we get a good break. It goes to a flashback where we see, again, it's still very similar to her origins in Earth 1, Earth Prime, whatever we're calling it nowadays, Earth 0. She's hanging out with Steve. He's living there because they don't know how to send him back yet. Mm-hmm. She's learning about his world. He's teaching her. She's teaching him, all this sort of stuff.
And it's all done in a fairly condensed amount of pages.
And that's what I mean,
wait any pages on this. Like, it's as many panels as it needs.
Like, you and I could both easily see this exchange right here, just this campfire hangout. I can see this going 3 pages easily in another book. Right? Like, here's a panel of Diana being quiet. Here's then she asks Steve a question, and then there's a panel of him being quiet, looking at the ground. And it's like, no, we don't need that. We got everything right here.
This isn't a freaking, crowdfunded or indie published graphic novel where you have the space to spare. This is a 24 or 26 page. Yeah,
24, 26.
Floppy where you have very limited real estate and you gotta work within.
You've got to use
tell your story. And to Kelly Thompson's credit, like, she understood the pacing here very well.
I think so. Yes, to Kelly Thompson's credit, but I noticed this because earlier this week, and you saw it obviously because I shared it with you, but somebody in your Discord brought up Jeff, so I went back to the Jeff trade and I was like looking at all of those stories and sharing like my name is Jeff. I still got to add that. I still got to add that sound here. Look, guys, you are all lucky that we at least got this. Okay. We will get all of our good sound effects as the year progresses.
Might be cool.
But in those Jeff comics, there are only like 4 panels or 8 at best. But she is able to tell like a good comedic story. I think Kelly really knows pacing.
Yeah.
Writing aside, obviously she has issues, not in this book, but in other ones. But I think, to her strength, she knows how to pace things. Like, she understands using limited real estate to get your point across. So, like, good on her for that. I just want to, like, shout her out for that. But
agreed.
I also like this little exchange. This isn't really anything that great or whatever, but I did like this little exchange where Steve's like, why does it like keep coming back for me? And Diana's like, I think the Hydra's taken with you. And he's like, well, not to be so provincial, but the feeling is not mutual. I don't know. Yeah. I was just like, I don't know. It's cute, funny, just a good little like quip. It's not a quip per se. It's like everybody would say that probably. Maybe not the word provincial. I wouldn't even use that, but that sentiment is very similar to what we all would experience.
Can we highlight Chuck's?
Oh, Chuck!
Emoji.
Chuck, we can. Where's Chuck? Chuck. Kelly Black.
Something honestly. So, yes, ordinarily, because I have read some of Kelly Thompson's other work, her Captain Marvel.
Yes, we have.
Her Deadpool. Like, she has a less than stellar track record when it comes to mainstream comics. However, we have said this before. We are an intellectually honest comic book podcast. If a writer whom we would normally throw into the sun with both hands writes something of quality, regardless of how we feel about that individual, we will praise the quality of the work on a case-by-case basis. And
absolutely.
This is, and you and I haven't exactly praised Absolute Wonder Woman up until this point. The first 2 issues, we both pretty universally said were meh. Like, they weren't bad, they were just kind of meh.
I mean, however, this is the first book in our show where I've been like, this might be a drop. Like, you've had a few of them, but I was like, I don't know, this one might be a drop until now.
Yeah, this book. Well, I think we even both said last time they had one, we were like, man, if issue 3 doesn't pick it up,
I think we did.
Like,
yeah,
I think this is a drop. And who would have thought, right? She actually stepped up to the plate and decided to actually write a good comic book. So kudos to her.
Yeah.
She's written some major stinkers in the past, but this is a case-by-case basis. You're as good as your last book. And this book right here is issue 3 is really good. Yeah. It's really good. And you know what? We've been praising Gale for her Uncanny X-Men, which is like, it's like,
again, I still don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Like, we're still secretly waiting for the shoe to drop, and for good reason. We have decades worth of history, right? To say like, look,
dude, there's something in that X water, because even McKay delivered this week. Something is happening over there.
Right? Even Mid-K wrote a good X-Men book this week, and I don't know what's happening right now. All of a sudden, the world's flipped upside down. But Gale is writing, I'd say it's not a stretch to say, like, top 3 book for us right now this year in 2024, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If we were doing like a proper rundown, rundown, that would probably be top 2 for both of us, easy. It might even be 1. I mean, well, it's probably and I would have
that and Ultimate Spider-Man.
I was gonna say you and I would have like a 40-minute debate on the exact same thing because we'd both be like, "What do we do?"
I don't actually know where I would land on that.
That's what I mean. Both of us are like, which one would we choose? I don't know. Like, they're both amazing.
So Chuck, I see you're saying we're being more charitable. No, we're not being charitable. We're actually willing to call a book garbage when it's garbage. However, this one isn't.
Yeah,
and that's the fact. We are separating a person's past work from the quality of their current work, and this one is actually good. I'm not telling you to go out and buy Absolute Wonder Woman and be jazzed for it month after month.
I will say that about Jeff, though. Go out and buy It's Jeff.
Yes.
I don't even
care.
Go
Jeff.
Get that.
Go read Jeff.
Months before you Marvel Rival nerds. I still hold it.
Let it be known. We were talking up Jeff and singing the praises of Jeff here long before Marvel Rivals release.
Get out of here, you nerds.
You freaking normies. But yeah, that's just all I wanted to say. Like,
yeah.
We have writers that we are very distrustful of for good reason. Kelly Thompson is among them. Gail Simone is among them. However, right now, at least as of this issue for Absolute Wonder Woman,
right,
I'm willing to be like, okay, like, let's see what you got for issue 4. And if she botches this first arc, I'm fine with dropping.
Which she still could. There's still 2 more issues left in this arc. It still could happen.
There's still 3 issues left to go, right? So that's still entirely possible. Gail has earned a little bit of grace right now with Uncanny X-Men, which is weird to say out loud.
I know. I still can't.
I kind of feel like I need a second shower after saying that. But the fact of the matter is, she's writing good comics.
She's doing good work. Yeah.
And she's being quiet. People are being quiet and just writing for the most part. And how about that? Like,
how about that? We're getting quality again.
We're getting quality
out. But
like, just do that.
But yeah, to your point, Chuck, like, we're not here trying to gas her up because, oh, Wonder Woman was good, so she's the best writer. Like, if Foil Variant was running for the past, like, 4 years, you would have heard us tear apart A-Force, Captain Marvel, and the Carol Corps. You would have heard us just wreck all of this. We don't like Kelly. But we have to recognize, like, this is a good job. Because if we just went, oh, it's Kelly, it has to be bad, I mean, we wouldn't want them to do that to us, right? Like,
that's dishonest.
Exactly.
Writers can improve. Writers can change. Sometimes one writer who is great with one character is
completely awful with another one. And sometimes the worst writer in the world can have a great thing to, like, we do talk about this. Tom King, awful writer. Andrew and I hate him. We don't want him anywhere in our houses.
His first couple of arcs of Batman and Rebirth were actually
exactly.
Strong.
They were actually really, really good. I've said it before. I was hooked on the Batcat Wedding. I thought it was like a good development, and Tom had it well until that last issue. After it blows up. But everything before that was pretty damn entertaining. And like I know Andrew hasn't read it, but like I like his Vision series that he did for Marvel before DC snagged him for exclusivity. So we just got to be able to say, like, that's good, that's bad, just to keep ourselves honest. This isn't to say, yes, we're going to fanboy out and Kelly's the greatest now.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, there are moments when, you know, Andrew and I talk about our favorite creators, and we do, you know, in those moments, if we are, you know, honest enough to admit to you guys, like, oh, I'm fanboying right now. Like, I am a fanboy for this kid. We did it earlier where I was like, Grant Morrison wrote that Action Comics run for Superman. I'm a big Grant Morrison fanboy, so I'm a little slighted. Like, I said that, and then I went into
I'm a big Jeff Johns guy.
Exactly.
Jeff Johns writes something. I am going to praise it unless it is, like, just bad, which is very rare for him. Like, even Doomsday Clock wasn't bad. It was just it was so late.
Yeah.
It was so late and off deadline that it no longer mattered. So the writing itself didn't matter.
Which is so bad.
Which is unfortunate.
If we have, let's say we're like a 15-year-old now getting into comics and we weren't reading it live and we're just getting trades, I think Doomsday Clock really works. Unfortunately, it blew up all their plans and we are where we are now. But like that miniseries, even though it's Watchmen, even though it's like breaking that cardinal rule, Jeff Johns knows how to write it. Like that scene in the very last issue where Manhattan like appears on Earth and he's talking to Superman and he's like, I'm the one who did it. Like, yes, I messed with your lives. What are you going to do? And you get that panel of Superman like rushing at him, and that's where the like issue 11 ends. And then it starts in 12 where Manhattan's like, the strongest thing in the universe will now try to fight the like immovable force. What will happen? Do I deserve this? And he's like philosophizing, and then Superman punches somebody behind him, like a villain who was trying to get Dr. Manhattan. And he's like, Manhattan, run. And Manhattan's like, why are you saving me? And it's like, it's Superman, dude, of course. So yeah, Jeff Johns, I love him a lot, and I still like parts of Doomsday Clock.
Jeff Johns is one of those writers who understands the DC universe on a scientific level.
Yes, exactly.
He really does. And its whole legacy from the golden age to the present.
Yeah. Oh, and Chuck, this is a good point too, Chuck. Chuck says, I meant even giving her a chance. I think normally we wouldn't have. I think because
we both took risks.
we took risks, and honestly, we took a risk because of both of our OCDs. We both were in for, well, I was in for Batman. Andrew did it because he's like, I'll check it out, and he's like, I'm in. Then we were both interested in Superman, so we got into that one. We had talks like, I guess we got to check out Wonder Woman, right? Like, might as well close it out.
May as well check out the absolute trinity, right?
Right.
At least the number one.
That's why we're here. I mean, honestly, if it weren't for that absolute branding, if they were like, here's an Elseworlds tale about Diana from Kelly, I would have been like, I don't care. I really do not care. Whether good or bad, I just don't care.
But I because think we both wanted to see what the world building for the Absolute universe
exactly.
Like.
We wanted to see all of that, and three definitely delivers. Chuck says, I have some use or lose credit at my LCS and nothing else to really buy. I'll see if I agree. Hey, if you're not interested in this, we have a lot more books we can recommend. We can also just give you recommendations on whatever you want. Drop a character, drop a genre, whatever. Andrew and I can spend 9 hours here talking about it.
Exactly. Just know that if you've watched our previous episodes, keep in mind the first 2 issues of Absolute Wonder Woman are kind of meh. Like, they're not awful. They're just kind of like, it was a comic.
It was just like, yeah, okay, cool.
Issue 3 is where it was like, oh, that was pretty cool.
That was really cool. Punk asked, did I buy West Coast Avengers 2 and Psylocke? I did buy both of them.
They get sidelocked.
We will talk about Psylocke. If you want to talk later on Discord, Punk, I'm open for West Coast Avengers because I know Andrew didn't read it. It's still fine. I'm still here.
Never actually given a crap about the Avengers as a team outside of the first couple of MCU films. Like I don't even know why I was excited for those films. Now that I think about it.
I mean, to me, that's a compliment. They made us care about like Iron Man, about the Avengers. Like nobody cared about those characters before these movies. A lot of people are gonna. People will say they did, but they weren't like what they are now.
Yeah, like I just never. Growing up, I was not reading Avengers comics. I did not care. I was reading Spider-Man. I was reading X-Men, and then I was reading when Brian Reed took over. I was reading Miss Marvel.
Miss Marvel, yeah.
Like that's my bread and butter.
Here was what
happened.
Hey,
what's up, Well Red? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Well Red, what's going on?
Hopefully, we'll be doing a review stream of Horseman soon over on your channel. Ooh. Guys, check out him. He's been doing reviews on a lot of the Absolute books.
Our readers are already good, and they have checked them out because you went over there last week after our 2-hour show that could have gone on for a full time. So I know our readers know well-read comics, right? Audience, right? You all saw last week's show.
No threats are being made here.
But for me in Avengers, like I think this is what the big thing was when you like just even in the comics, the Avengers lineup was always weird, right? Like, okay, who am I going to read about today? Captain America, like him. Iron Man, cool. Who the fuck is Cersei? Who the hell is the Black Knight? She-Hulk? Like, I still like She-Hulk, but even as a kid, you're like, that's not the team I would think for your premier super team. Like, what? Tigra? What are we doing here? But then you go over to, DC, and it's like, who's on the Justice League? Oh, you've got Batman. You've got Flash. You've got Wonder Woman. You've got a Superman. Like, there we go.
The question of who the cooler super conglomeration team is not in question.
Oh, it's not in question. but that's the thing, right? It's like as a kid, you're like, I don't want to read these B-listers, these C-listers. I want Batman. I want Superman. Cool, they're on this team. I didn't start reading the Avengers comics until New Avengers because who's on that lineup? All the All-Stars, right? Like that's who your Avengers, your Cap, your Iron Man, your Wolverine, your Spider-Man, your Hawkeye, and then you throw in, your 2 D-listers in.
Wasn't Hulk also on there?
Hulk was not there. It was Sentry. That was when they introduced Sentry as their muscle. So then, your D-listers were Sentry, Luke Cage, and
a really underrated character.
I love Sentry.
I have zero faith with what they're gonna do with him.
Oh, it's gonna be awful.
Movie.
It's gonna be
like
terrible.
As a comic, as a character, like he is really interesting.
I've always really liked him. Yeah. No, I am right there with you. I also think he just has a great design. Like it's super simple with like the wrestler belt.
It's very simple. Yeah. Yeah, it's very simple and very classic superhero like. I'm on board for it for sure.
Did you read all I forget how far you got in the Donny Cates Venom stuff with like Null and all that. Did you get to the Necro Sword and like its creation?
I got up through Absolute Carnage.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you did see all that. So then there's that scene where they talk about Null making Necro and he fights like the god of superheroes. And like that's what the whole thing is, like the primordial whatever, that hero looks a lot like Sentry, and I think that was intentional. And I'm like, that's cool. I like that. That's a good little nod. He doesn't even know how powerful he is.
Donny Cates is actually a very good writer.
I'm so sad too that he got in that accident and his career's probably done. Like, it makes me so sad.
I haven't actually checked and followed up on what's going on with him.
He's alive. He's good. He's kicking. He's recovering. He's just not working yet. And that's where it's like, I don't know if he will again because of all this.
Wasn't he having some like memory and like functional issues?
Yeah, he was having memory issues. I think he still has slight functional ones, but it's not like he can't write anymore. It's just like, I think he jitters sometimes. And
That's
then
so tragic.
I remember he was vocal, or he was like on social media a lot when Venom Last Dance came out, because they used Null, and him and Ryan Stegman were like, where's our credit, bitches? Like, hello, we made Null. Do we get anything?
We literally created him, yeah.
Yeah, and so I know he was around for that, but yeah,
and
it's
Null,
super...
I actually just, Mary and I actually just watched that movie.
Why?
Less than a week ago. Because we wanted to see.
I thought you loved her. Why would you do that to her?
We wanted to see. And there were a couple of moments where we had some fun. Otherwise, not a good movie. And I, as somebody who was reading Donny Cates' run and Ryan Stegman's run on Venom, where they introduced and created Null, I was like, so why is he? Because why is he even here? There's no reason to have him there. They just tease him as though there was somehow going to be a fourth film. It's never going to happen.
It's like if Infinity War kept Thanos as a teaser throughout all of it, right? It's
basically that. And that was probably the thing that annoyed me the most, because Null is actually conceptually really freaking cool to me. And I know it. I only have
the one problem. I just don't like what they did with the planet. I didn't like that they went like, we are a planet. Oh no, we're actually a prison.
It's
thing.
actually a prison. And people are hot or cold on the whole Clintar lore thing, and that's totally fine. I can put myself in the opposite side's shoes for me, because me personally, I don't actually have an issue with it. I don't have a problem with that at all. But I can like put myself in somebody's shoes, like yourself, and be like, I get it. Like, it's kind of goofy. Yeah. It's weird. Like, they didn't need to do that. Like, you could have done something else and made it work perfectly fine.
Yeah. Should have made it like a moon. Like, you have your planet of symbiotes, and then
the moon is the prison.
They should have done something like that.
Easy, happy medium. I'm totally on board with it. I have no qualms with that whatsoever. Back to Wonder Woman.
But yes, before Wonder Woman, CD Miss Marvel Comics was in 2000s, because I forget. That's my favorite version of Carol, says Punk. I think that's everybody's. That Brian Reed run of Miss Marvel is just fantastic.
I spent... Okay, so I didn't spend as much money as I could have on... You know when Marvel was doing the hardcover collector editions where they had the slip covers and like the gold gold labels?
I have a couple of those. I have New Avengers.
I have the entire Brian Reed run of Miss Marvel in those. And I got them on when I was living in Washington, in Vancouver, at my local comic book shop there. I like comics. Shout out to them, because they're awesome people over there. I went there.
I've shopped from them online. Yeah, shout out.
After, I think it was during like a Black Friday sale or something like that. So I went there, and so I was able to get like, I want to say it was like a buy two get one type of a deal, or something comparable to that on those. And so even though I still spent a decent amount, because they're not cheap. Those special hardcovers.
But they're so nice. I'm so sad they don't do that anymore. Like,
they look so nice.
Those are my favorite bound collections from Marvel. Like,
they look so nice.
And they did it for most of those books. Yeah.
I've got all 9 of them.
See, that's got my favorite Carol scene, which is actually during Secret Invasion, where she's fighting the Skrull. And she just takes it out into the atmosphere and lets it die, like suffocate. And she has a little dialogue box where it's like, and you know what? I liked it. And I'm like, hell yeah. Like, the biggest thing that mess up they did with Carol was try to make her just a pure paragon like Superman. She's at her best when she is like a B-lister on the ropes. Like, that is Carol. And yeah, anytime she's struggling, she's fun. Anytime she's like, I'm the best, she's awful.
I like her striving to be the best, because that was that whole thing with Brian Reed's run. It was like best of the best because that was an ideal for her. That was something she was striving to do, but like always kind of coming up short.
Always,
and
yeah.
Isn't that like a super human
thing?
ideal?
Yeah.
Right? And so that was very cool because, you know, she made a lot of mistakes because that was just coming out of Civil War.
Yeah.
So, that was, you know, she made some mistakes in Civil War, and there were a lot of repercussions that she actually had to deal with during that. And so that was super cool.
Have you ever read the, like, you know, Carol's got like a handful of like pivotal stories or whatever, but have you ever read the one where she got kicked off the Avengers for being an alcoholic? It's from like the 70s, like the 80s. It's an old one.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah.
That is a good, like, I read it a couple months back, and like it's like 2 or 3 issues, but she's so human there, and so like yeah, she was being a jackass, and she was being drunk, and she was fighting her teammates, but I almost saw like not that I condoned it, but like I understood. Like I saw where she was coming from, what led her to make those decisions, even though they were wrong. I'm like, I can see the humanity here. Like, this is a good character. And then, not anymore. They tried to make Carol more alien than human. It's less that. So when we say human, we don't mean like species-wise. We mean like, is she somebody who feels real? Is she a real character? Is she a real person?
Is there actual humanity to her?
Right. When she's Captain Marvel, most writers put her, like I was making the connection, like they tried to make her Superman, where she is the paragon of the MC universe, of the 616. Everybody looks up to her. She is who you should follow after Captain America. And it's like, that's just never going to be her. It's the wrong character to do that for. If you want people to like her, make her kind of crappy again, like a crappy person again, because that's where she works.
Yeah.
But speaking of not crappy people, of actual good female superheroes, let's get back to Wonder Woman. So, yeah, we going back to DC, going back to the book. Diana's hanging out with Steve. We get to the point where she investigates how to send him back to the human world, and this is where we probably get the strongest, like, or this is where the big breaks start happening from old Diana lore to absolute Diana lore.
Yeah, this is where we start to really set her apart.
Yeah. So
in a cool way.
I also think it's crazy. Like, I know this is a different version of Cersei who's not too evil, but this little moment right here where Cersei's like, no, do not look at this spell. I was like, oh, that's kind of crazy that Cersei of all people would be like, do not do this.
Yeah.
But we learn out why. So Diana finds a spell that she believes will send Steve back to man's world. And remember, they're in hell, not Themyscira, so it's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And in this spell, it says, you know, it will require a sacrifice. And Cersei's like, it's not a small one. Read the text. And Diana's like, don't worry, I know. It's a real one. And so the next night, she goes through with the spell, and she offers up the sacrifice, and it's her fucking arm.
It's her arm,
like,
and that's why...
arm, dude!
That's why the arm hurt.
The dominant arm.
Right.
She even says that. The dominant arm of a great warrior. Oh, my God.
And that's why that arm has all of that...
like the tattoos and stuff on it.
The tattooing and stuff like that.
Because, yeah, we find out right here, it's just a magic arm. Like, I thought that was...
That's crazy. Such
a cool twist. Like, did not see it coming. This is like that darker turn from the Earth Zero. And I also really liked that there was no getting her out of it, right? Like I feel like in a lesser writer, or Thompson at a worse point would have been like, oh, your arm chopped off? Well, here's Cersei, and she put it back on, but the sacrifice still worked. But maybe like it goes numb every so often. But this is like, no, they committed. She has no arm. To the point where that's how she frees herself. She unsummons her arm, falls down, runs back to the other soldiers to tell them to like get out, and we learn that she has this really old school like prosthetic, which again, I know that DC and everybody's probably jumping for joy over representation or whatever, but like this is how you do it. Like, this is cool. This works. This all makes sense. She's not highlighting it like, oh, look how cool I am. She's just like, yeah, I got to put this on. Like,
yeah, it's not at all a diversity thing, because it's not like she hasn't had an arm this entire time.
Right.
She still had an arm. It was made of magic, but she still had an arm. It's not like DC's going around saying, "Oh, look at us! We've made Wonder Woman a amputee."
Right? Yeah.
And it's like now we're getting amputee representation. No, that's not. They're not doing that. If anybody tries to tell you that, they're retarded.
They are absolutely
and
retarded.
Actually lying to you because it's not at all. That tells me they haven't read the book.
Right. And to Kelly's credit, like, she's not going out here doing interviews about it. DC's not even highlighting it, right? Like, there's no promotional crap. There's no tweet storms. It's pretty normal. I was genuinely surprised. I liked it. I was like, that's crazy. Like, that's legitimately insane. So, pardon me. But then, she says it here where, like, she might die. She says it, like, in somewhere around here. But, yeah, she makes that line about, like, I might die as well, and we don't really, like, build on it, and I'm really interested in, like, what could happen there. So then we get this this moment between, I guess, Barbara Minerva, Cheetah. I don't know what she's running for. I guess maybe just running away. I didn't notice that the Tetraside's behind her in that first panel.
They had a couple pages before said they were trying to evacuate, the city. So, I'm assuming that she was trying to fall in.
See, I feel like that, but then, so in this thing, it doesn't say anything about, like, evacuating. She's just like, oh, Wonder Woman. And then she, like, runs off to, like, presumably help her. So then that's why, like, this is all weird to me because it feels, like, too convenient. Like, oh, you didn't know where she was. You just happened to run into her. Great. It was weird. Obviously, as everybody who's watching right now can probably tell, I'm 90% sure this, like, lesbian subtext is intentional, even though they don't really highlight it. Like, there's nothing about them being romantic or, like, charmed or anything.
And
but
I think it's pretty clear that in this universe, she still kind of has a thing for Steve.
Oh yeah, no, she does. So she does 100%. I think this is more of a Cheetah thing, like.
Right.
Cheetah,
which isn't the first time that they've done that, and it's less. I think it's less lesbian subtext, and maybe I guess people could read into that
possibly
as they want anyway. But more of kind of like that obsessiveness,
or like awe, not even like oh my god, like you're real, you're in front of me.
Yeah, you can have an obsession with somebody and it not be of a sexual nature. I think modern society has removed a lot of it. It's the same thing of, like, all of a sudden, if two dudes are just
I knew you were going to say that.
That brotherly love, they're genuinely just in a very, very deep friendship, right? Automatically, it's got to be of a sexual nature. Same thing with girls. Right?
Always.
It's like that. All that says to me is you've never actually experienced a true deep friendship in your life, and that's actually sad. I feel sad for you. You don't have to make it something it's not. However, and that extends to obsessions. Sometimes obsessions have nothing to do with a sexual or romantic nature. Sometimes it's something completely different from that.
See, you're right, and I completely agree with you. It's just, given that this is a DC comic book from Kelly Thompson, I have to wonder.
It's entirely possible.
That's the only. If we saw this in real life, I would be like, oh yeah, you're totally right. But because it came from, like, a writer, I'm like, we'll see. But they don't highlight it. They don't really say anything about it. They do play it off more as the obsession type thing where she can barely, like, talk, or she's just like the Amazons, like so I actually do like this interaction, aside from that, like, thing where I'm like, I'm looking at you, I see you, Kelly, like, I'm watching you. But yeah, from there,
sus.
Sus. And then I kind of really liked this moment too. So Diana rushes off to go fight the Tetraside, but she casts a spell that makes everybody deaf, because that's what the Tetraside does. It lets out this cry that makes you want to rush over to it and, stampede over people and get killed. And so she's like, this is how I'm going to save you. I'm going to make the city deaf. But so she's with these two newsmen, and I really like the bit where she's like, this is not for recording. And they're like, why don't we record it? And this is like a good commentary just on, like, news in general and how the corporate news cycle works. She's like, this is going to scare people. If you show them what I'm doing, this magic spell, they're going to freak out because it's new. Also, I'm going to give an address to the people and tell them what I'm doing. Can you run that on loop instead of showing the Tetraside? Because the Tetraside is just going to scare people. And I'm like, I wish we could do more of that in real life, right? Because, like, replaying all the footage
of pushing back against scare tactics.
That's what I mean.
Mainstream media.
I wasn't even going to take, like, a partisan thing here. It's just, like, in general, CNN,
Fox News, scare tactics are used. That's a bipartisan.
Right. Exactly.
Tactic.
But
right? That's something that's used on any side.
Exactly, but we see it so readily defines like American
news. Bad
news
on both sides.
Exactly. So I really liked that this was less about like, let's milk the scare, let's, fear sells, let's make everybody afraid. And she's like, just like, we need to be calm or you're all gonna die. Like,
yeah,
just very clear, very, she doesn't do it in a condescending way where it's like, you guys are stupid. Not at all. She's just like, here's what it is.
She's written very sweetly. Actually,
yeah, very sweetly.
Like
sweetly.
That's what we were talking about earlier when we said, or at least what I was mentioning, when it's maintaining the core of the character, the heart of the character, and then changing everything that's external.
Yes,
because Diana, at her core, yes, she's a warrior, but she has a sweet, kind heart, and you have to have that there. If you're going to call this character Wonder Woman.
That's like the main
Diana,
thing you need. Yeah.
You have to have that. If she's just some bloodthirsty biche, then it's not Diana. It's not Wonder Woman.
It's not. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I like that.
You have to have that.
And yeah, and so that's kind of where it ends. She tells everybody like I'm here to save you. I'm also looking to you to help each other. And then she casts a spell, and that is where we sort of end the issue with the silence, deafening spell going out over Gateway City, and we will. Oh, I didn't notice this. Did you notice this? Hold on, let me highlight it. Look at that. Do you see that building? I know it's hard to read from the side.
Lazarus.
Yeah, look at that. A little bit of interconnected world building. They don't have anything. They're not going. Nothing's happening with them here. It's just that's the group from Superman. So I'm like, oh, look at that. Yeah. And I just noticed that now. So neat.
Okay.
But yeah, overall. I also like this bit because it where the reporter's like, the military called for an evacuation. He's trying to be professional, and then Wonder Woman shows up. And he's like, oh shit! Like, I just feel like that's funny. Like that would really happen. Like to somebody reporting the news.
All of a sudden, you see this freaking Amazon
with like a metal arm and a glowing lasso, only person around. You're like, what the hell? Like, all in all, this was a really good issue. Really took me by surprise. Didn't see myself actually liking this series or concept that much until they pulled the actually absoluting of it all. So
yeah,
I'm in for it. I also, like I said before, I like the Tetracide. I'm liking that, just the overall concept of the monster as like a force of nature. We'll see. Let's see, Kelly.
I hope the writing from this point,
yes,
from issue 3, continues to be like this level. I do hope that when it shifts into the second arc that we get a different artist. Because the art
I can agree with
still
that.
Holding it back for me. And it's not a disrespect to the talents of this artist. It
just doesn't
not
work for
my
you.
Cup of tea.
No, it just doesn't work for you. There's nothing wrong with having preference.
It's not my jam. So no disrespect. I would prefer a different style. However, I'm very glad that I've stuck with it to this point, at least, because issue 3 was really good.
And
the first 2 were, This one, I was like, oh, that was really good.
It really, really good. Like it feels like when we read the first issue of Uncanny, where it's like, wow, that was good. Can she do it? Yeah. Can she hold on to it? But yeah, Absolute Wonder Woman so far. Absolute Universe is killing it. I am starting to get to the point, even though it's only 3 issues in, I kind of do want to see the rest of the Absolute world, which I think they're probably pacing that really well, because I know that like Flash and Green Lantern
January is when we start getting Flash and Green Lantern.
Yep, so I think they're pacing that really well, so we'll see. So far, I'm hooked. I'm on board for Absolute Wonder Woman, and Godspeed. I have no idea what to end there. All right. With that, what book do you want to hit next? We've got a couple.
Let's jump into Ultimate Spider-Man, but I'm gonna quickly hit the restroom.
Okay, yeah,
so
go hit
for
that.
Like 35 seconds.
I've got that riff. I can talk to everybody about what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, we've got Reeve. What is up, my dog? Happy Boxing Day. Oh yeah, I guess that is technically Boxing Day up in Canada. So congratulations to my Canadian friends. You made it another year. I hope everybody had a great day. I hope you got some awesome presents. I hope you in particular, Reeve, got to have some Marvel Rivals times. But yeah, happy. Do you still say Merry Christmas for that? I don't even know how you guys work up there. You might as well be like Saudi Arabia to me. Punk says, what's the wrestler name of the CD Miss Marvel again? So I can go look a CDMM graphic novel next week. Wrestler name of the CD Miss Marvel again? Carol Danvers' wrestler name. Did Carol have a wrestling name? Wrestler Miss Marvel. Oh yeah, she was in the Wrestling Federation with the Thing, and she took the name. Let's see, Wrestling Feder, and that's where she got her name. There you go. So yeah, that is her wrestler name. I guess it is Miss Marvel, and that's how she got her original name, and then she became Captain Marvel when they decided they wanted to boost her profile. But let's see. While Andrew's in the bathroom, I guess I can probably give you guys a quick hit on something. So let's, just a quick run into this book because it's probably the most interesting. There is now a official TVA series. It is a 100% a crossover between the MCU and the 616. It's really dumb. To me, this feels like they've run out of ideas when you're officially branching both of these dimensions together. I mean, like, you can sort of see from the cover, but they've got Sylvie from Loki. They've got the literal Captain Carter is leading the team here. Like, I can pull her up. Like, right here, Captain Carter, the one from, like, What If in the movies and stuff, she's here. So
I go to take a leak and you start talking about TVA?
I just wanted to tell everybody that it's weird and it's bad.
Flush it down the toilet, Mav.
Well, you know what? You were putting something in the toilet. I'm putting something in the toilet now. So this book is just bad. It's really desperate. I really don't have anything else to write home about it aside from that, except for it has Jimmy Hudson, which, as Andrew and I were talking about, I have this weird affinity for, where I just always am like, hey, look, he exists. So this book is bad. Marvel really feels like they're on their last leg. It's just not good. It's not fun. It's not fun, which is what, comic books should be. Yes, everybody subscribe to Mary. She is cute. She definitely is, and you should definitely subscribe to her. What do you want to hit now?
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We already said that. So, Ultimate... I think that's the... Yeah, that works. So, Ultimate Spider-Man came out last week, and holy shit, guys. This issue really...
This was another example of Jonathan Hickman showcasing an uncanny ability to make a comic book that has zero action super interesting.
Second issue of this run that he's done that, and this is still like...
No, it's like the third, isn't it?
Well, let's see. There's this one. There's the one where...
There was the one at the dinner.
At the dinner.
It was the double date dinner, right?
Yeah.
And wasn't there little to no action in the one where it was Jonah and Ben going to shake up the lawyer? There was one small.
Remember
that
starts with Peter on patrol, and then Harry's not there, so then he goes and he stops Mr. Negative's guys, and then it cuts to Ben and Jonah going to the.
I was misremembering.
That's all good. It's all good. But yeah, so we've got, because that was the other one that popped into my head too, and I was like, oh, but wait, there's like a brief fight, but still to that point, Hickman has just, like Andrew said, an uncanny ability for dialogue, character drama, interpersonal drama that isn't like a soap opera. Like, if you have read this issue, I know that some of you guys in here have, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. And if you haven't, well, you really should be on this book, because I actually broke my rule for this book, because I messaged Andrew. I was like, have you read it yet? And he's like, no. And I messaged him like all throughout the week, like, have you read it? Have you read it? No, busy. And I'm like, fuck it. You need to read this book. Like, do it now. Like, I need you to read this. That's how amazing this book was.
So I was visiting Mary last week.
Yeah, of course.
And weekend. So Saturday through, I went home Wednesday.
Yeah.
I went to my LCS last Thursday, so I was a day late getting my books. I read Ultimate Spider-Man Friday. I forgot to actually mention it to you. I just know. No, I was like,
busy.
I was trying to get caught up on work and everything from being gone for 5 days, right? But I did read it so I read it 2 days after New Comic Book Day. But yeah, Mav was telling me, like, read this book, and he has every right in the world to have been saying that because it was that good. It was actually MJ focused.
It was completely MJ focused, and we'll just get into it, right? So
his MJ is so good.
His MJ, again, there's Dan Mora women, and then there's Marco Cicchetto women, and then your highlights are Dan Mora Zatanna and Marco Cicchetto MJ, and we just get it in full. We get 2 of them technically in this book, if you want to be pedantic.
We kind of do.
So if you guys remember, I always have to remember
Gale just gets the A-line haircut. That's the only difference.
Yeah, no, it's literally MJ just with like less messy hair, and I think that helps with like the visual character of it all. But so if you guys remember, each of these book, like this book, we're supposed to be doing a year. We're supposed to be going in time. That everybody, the Ultimates have 2 years to set up the superheroes that the Maker took away before the Maker reappears and tries to reconquer everything. So we are in the 1st December of Spider-Man's year. That's why we also had that 1 year in special last time we were together. We're getting a couple of them in January. So this is the first Christmas of the Parkers having all these developments in their life, from Aunt May dying in the explosion, to Ben and Jonah starting up the paper and quitting the Bugle, to Peter becoming freaking Spider-Man, to MJ becoming her own marketing guru. So here we come. We are culminating. We have the holidays. It is December. We get everybody together, and it is a true family holiday. We are hosting at the Parkers, but we've got Ben. We've got Jonah. We've got, oh my God, Aunt Anna is there. And then MJ's sister Gail and MJ's mom.
We haven't seen in how long?
That's
any continuity?
Any continuity. Guys, like, if you don't know this, Gail is actually like a 616 character from like the 80s. She pops up like every so often until like I think like 92 or something, and then just gone. Like I think they like mention her in like handbooks and stuff. Like
Spider-Man editorial forgot that she exists, and
Spider-Man editorial got a lot of problems. All right, that's probably the least of their problems.
You're not wrong there.
So, really, it's sort of hard to go page by page breakdown of this, because what is really happening in this issue is it is a family get together. It is a holiday. Everybody is, catching up. Ben talks to Richard here. Richard later talks to Jonah. Gail talks to Jonah. Like, everybody is just sort of hashing things out, getting to know each other. But it's in those interactions where you start seeing the cracks in this sort of perfect family facade, right? Like, we get it right here. This is beautiful Parker Christmas. Look at that tree. Everybody is here. Everybody is hanging out. But then we start seeing, the relationship between MJ and her mom is not good, because her mom is kind of a stuck-up twat. She's really one of those...
she's a twat. There's no two bones about it. She's a twat, and Gail took after her.
Oh yeah, 100%. MJ is the black sheep here. Her mom is always judging everything she does, is always sort of looking out for herself. One of the plot points, or mini plot points in this issue, is that her mom wants to go hit on Ben, and everybody's just like even MJ, she's like, fine, like whatever, like good luck with that, right? And so you get a lot of this like tense family drama, even in the artwork. Like there's this panel 1 up here, you see her mom going to talk to Ben, and you can tell from Cicchetto's art, like Ben's just saying hi, but her mom's got, she's got this like shoulder sway, her hips are popping out, she's got this look on her face. It's like, oh, we all know how this is going to go down.
Yeah.
And one of the things like I have to compliment him on is that it's just so natural feeling. Nothing here feels like you're writing a story. It
feels like an organic family get together.
Exactly. So you have, Ben goes over to try and help MJ and offer her help, but also be like, hey, I get it. Like your mom can be crazy. You have this, I like this little through line throughout the issue where like, cause this happens, right? Like, so MJ gives her phone to Mayday, and Mayday's playing, it looks like Candy Crush or something like that, and she keeps getting phone calls from Gwen. But because it's a holiday and things are going on, MJ's just like, I'll get back to her. Like, come on. Like, but it keeps happening. She's like, Mom. She's like, just go. Like, I'm doing things. It feels very tense, very real, very organic. And so then we get the development with MJ's sister, which it actually, like, this sucks on like 7 different levels, even with the resolution. So what we learn is that MJ and her sister are very estranged. Back in the day, she sort of, really judged MJ and disagreed with her decision to settle down with Peter because she's like, oh, he's boring. You're throwing away your life. Like, good luck with that. And MJ obviously was like, fuck you. Like, I love him. So we learn that every year MJ tries to invite her. She never shows up to Christmas. This year she did. We don't know why. So MJ goes to interrogate, and we learn that, let's see, where does she, I'll just stand here. But we learned that Gale is getting a divorce, and
because she found out her husband had been cheating on her
for like
years.
A long time. Yeah. So she comes back to the apartment, and she tells MJ that, like, I'm getting a divorce. So MJ's like, so are you gonna like apologize to me? Is that what you're doing? And she's like, you know what? I wasn't. I came here to make myself feel better, to like look at your boring ass life and go, at least, I'm divorced, but at least I'm not this. Yeah. But then she gets hit with the reality that, like, oh, fuck, like, your life is amazing. Like,
right?
she's like,
you actually have a great husband. You have great kids.
And so she's just, like, admitting it. Like, your kids are amazing. There's something different about him. And so they like, break down. And she does say, like, I'm sorry. And it's sort of, if anybody's ever been in this sort of situation where things are really tense and they offer an apology, you know how it goes. Like, it probably doesn't sound authentic, but it is authentic, and it's all that
just is not the type of person that is used to apologizing.
Bingo.
They don't know how to make it sound authentic.
Yeah, but then like MJ being MJ, she gets it. Like, like she still, like, right here, she gets the apology, she accepts it, she hugs her, she still welcomes her back in. Again, this MJ is amazing. Like, she does not get enough credit. She should be able to freak out, like from that one issue where she's like, Peter, when can I freak out now? I'm like, you can do it whenever, MJ.
Right,
you
Peter
earned
was
that.
Beat the hell
he
up
was bloodied, he was broken. So,
and she was like, you could tell it was such great writing, and great on Chichetto's part too with the art, where like you could tell that mostly physically she looked composed, but in her eyes she was about to explode. She wanted to freak the hell out because her husband came home bloodied and beat the hell up.
And he can't tell her about it, and she doesn't know, and he's, and I, like, after this, she can do whatever she wants. I don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
But so we have that amazing interaction
Hashtag my MJ.
Hashtag my MJ. This is the MJ. I don't know why.
616 universe, take notes.
Please take notes. Fire Nick Lowe immediately. But so as far as the other character interactions go, obviously the MJ Gale one is sort of the big crux of it, and it really is the like tent pole that everything goes through, everything runs through. Her mom hitting on Ben is sort of related to this, and then all yada yada yada. Other, just to really hit sort of how the rest of the family is doing, because really everybody deserves their highlights for Hickman's writing, because you have like Aunt Anna being she knows that things are tense and stuff between MJ and Gale, but she still, instead of trying to help, she's sort of trying to play the peacemaker, which we know can help but also doesn't really help, and it just causes more tension.
It's surface level helping.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say she doesn't care, but she's just not ready to do the hard part, right? Which is like, Gale, you're an asshole. So you get that. You get lots of good interaction with Ben and everybody just sort of being optimistic. It's really fun to watch him sort of deflect MJ's mom's attempts to hit on him, because he doesn't do it directly, but you can tell he's like slightly edging like the conversation away from whatever he's saying.
It, right?
Yeah.
It's only 1 year removed from May dying.
I know. Right? Well, I mean, that's what her mom keeps saying. Like, you just got to get back up on the horse, and it's like, it's the first Christmas since May.
Right.
Like,
that's
what the hell?
You're being incredibly selfish and messed up.
Exactly.
Here, and, that's. There is certainly a point, I gotta believe, where that does actually come into play, but it's not.
Oh yeah.
Yet it's not here, and it's not in this. It's not in this scenario. And
it's not in this event yet. Yeah.
What it is, it's telling the reader, or rather, it's showing the reader the kind of person that she is.
Yes,
she's
exactly.
A twat. She's an incredibly selfish human being.
The just worst person. I mean, I love this panel here with Aunt Anna too, where her mom's like, divorce, never fun. Now, I'm not one to give unsolicited advice, and even Aunt Anna's like, uh-huh. And I'm just like, okay, if Aunt Anna's on it, like, oh, man. Like, whoa. So the other real, like, big highlight I wanted to highlight, I don't know why I said it like that, was this interaction between Jonah and Richard. Like, I like this idea that Richard has apparently gotten the puny Parker gene, I guess, if you will, the sheepish Parker,
but also the brain.
He's the brains of it.
He clearly has
Mayday
the
got the charisma and the sociability, and then he got the brains and the sheepishness.
And maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I feel like he also has, and this maybe this is gonna piss some people off, and you know what? If it does,
happy holidays.
Because I don't care. It almost feels like they're okay. So I'm gonna try and bring this all together. Anybody who's a Harry Potter fan who watched the Fantastic Beasts films that didn't do
I watched
all
the
that
first
great
two
overall. That didn't do great overall. However, the character of Newt Scamander,
I love him,
was a very intelligent character. However, he was very clearly, without them stating it or putting too fine a point on it or trying to highlight it, he was very clearly meant to be kind of an autistic type character. I think
at least in the movie, for sure. Yeah.
So Richard, to some degree, comes across a little bit that way in some of his interactions and some of his dialogue. I read a little bit of Newt.
I like that.
Him.
He also kind of visually looks like Newt.
Yeah, and the thing is, here's where I'm totally good with it, because they don't highlight it.
No, they're
not
saying,
trying to point to it. They're not being, look at us, we made one of Peter's kids autistic. No, just if you are reading the book, you couldn't be blamed for reading into that.
100%.
But also, like, if you were to say, I didn't get that out of that. Okay, perfectly fine.
Which, I can see
because they're not
reads.
pointing to it.
They're not.
Right?
So
I also find it funny, and this is a quick aside, because I only
baby.
I only just, what was it? They showcased.
Oh, that's really sad. I just noticed this too. Hold on, right here behind Richard on the mantle.
Oh,
little picture of May.
It's May. Oh, that sucks.
I know, that sucks. Anyway, sorry. Tangent time.
No, you're good. Not only a brief one. So I only
Nick, what's going up? Huge. What's going on, buddy? Nick. Always a pleasure to see you. Huge. Timon says first Fantastic Beast is very good, and the fat guy is the best character. I enjoy him a lot.
Everybody loves Jacob.
Yeah, everybody loves Jacob.
Jacob was great.
And then Mary's like, to be fair, something like 1 in every 33 kids is autistic now. So yeah, like it could be. I can definitely see it. I didn't consider that, but I like it, and I can see it. It works.
I probably wouldn't have read into that way if I wasn't a Harry Potter fan and hadn't watched the Fantastic Beasts films, to be fair. However, from a visual standpoint, Richard is like 1-to-1.
Yeah, with Eddie Redmayne.
Wally.
Absolute
Wally.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Now that we've actually seen what he looks like from the covers and stuff in the last month or so, and I'm not, at least for Wally, I'm not entirely down with that design.
I like the Wally person. I know you're not down with. I don't like the piercings, but I like the zoomer hair that Richard has. I think that works for Wally. We can talk about that suit, because that suit is it's not the business. Hey, I just realized it's a Dorito suit.
Oh God.
The ones that you hate specifically.
I didn't even think about that.
I literally didn't until right now. That's incredible. That'll happen during Flash Talk.
Okay, yeah, we'll get there in a book or two.
So
that's all I wanted to say. He looks almost identical to him, with the exception is he doesn't have like the slight fade on the side.
On the side of it, yeah.
But he has the same like messy
front
hair.
Yeah, the front part. I don't know hair terminology. You all know what we mean. But I also like, again, I like highlighting little exchanges. But so Jonah gave, if you guys remember, during Richard's birthday party, Jonah gave him a copy of his own book, and there was that awesome little moment where Jonah and him find that camaraderie. Like, we're not popular, but we're passionate. So, I got you. You know, like one of those very subtle, like, I'll take you under my wing. Don't worry about it, Richard. But I love this little bit here. Where he's like, oh yeah, he says like, I finished your book. And he's like, well, I have questions. He's like, do you now? And he says specifically about chapter 14. And he says, chapter 14, Finding Love in the Big City. One of my favorites. You got any experience with that? Absolutely none. And I was just like,
the exchange was great. It felt so organic.
Every interaction with Jonah is so fun. Like, I like this, you know, I like the Jonah. This is very much like the Raimi Jonah, who is a hard ass and probably does suck to work for, but his deep down true character is like a genuine, I want the best for everybody. Like, I've been thinking a lot about that moment this week where Green Goblin goes in and he's like, who takes pictures of Spider-Man? And Jonah,
I don't know when stuff comes in the mail.
Right, yeah. Immediate. So like that right there, character. That's him. That's your Jonah.
I like that Hickman is maintaining that characterization without tying it to this hatred of Spider-Man.
I am glad we don't have that yet. We have him being rightfully suspicious,
and I hope that we actually don't get there. I would like there to be a difference. I would like them to maintain his personality without doing what we've already seen and what we've had for decades and decades and decades. I am right there with you, and I think the only way I would accept if they do that turn is if there is a very specific thing that he blames Spider-Man for. It can't just be like, oh, he's a general menace. It has to be like, that guy killed Ben. He killed my best friend. I'm going to ruin him. I know the truth. We still don't know what the shoe that's going to drop is.
It's dropping, man. We just had an amazing... Look at this last Christmas shot. A shoe is dropping. Nothing good is happening here. You don't get a shot like this in anything unless your show is over or somebody is about to die. Like...
Yeah. We don't know. Well, that's the thing. There's so many options right now, and Hickman, I think, is doing that very deliberately and very, very, very cleverly, very well done.
It's like
because it could be a matter of something. Even though they've already lost May, it's possible that we still lose Ben as well. And now, Ultimate Peter has neither to lean on, right?
Oh man,
he just has. So in place of,
ooh, that gave me like goosebumps. Like he's raising his family without his like.
In place
parents,
In place of Ben and May, he just has his family that he built. He has MJ, and he has his children. He has to figure it out with them, right? Without being able to lean on the wisdom of his elders. He doesn't have that anymore. That, or it could be, and we've talked about this on prior streams, Gwen is somehow going to get killed, and Harry is going to blame
Peter for
that.
Oh man, I forgot we theorized about that, and now I'm like, oh yeah, I feel it.
Hickman is setting up either one of those or both, and keeping us guessing as to which is going to happen first.
He's so, again, this is why don't let him go full Hickman. I know you've got that event coming. Hickman. The second we get a shot of like Peter like looking into space and being like, I wonder what's out there. That's when we need to like write Marvel and be like, get him in line. Do not cosmic our Spider-Man. Like, Hickman, sit down. So,
please.
I just want to. So one last thing before we really get to like the thing. So whatever. I'm confusing myself. I want to highlight this last interaction here before the big group shot, which is just Jonah and Ben hanging out. But I really liked, like, Jonah's like, should I ask out MJ's mom or whatever? And there's that panel right there, panel 6, where there's like a ... from Ben, and he's like, absolutely. I'm just like, like
that ellipses was Ben being like, oh my God, this is my out.
Yeah, that 100% was, and I was just like. I feel like
I have no interest in this woman. My buddy does.
I feel like as men, we've all had this friend where like somebody maybe had like a fancy towards us, and we're like, I don't really want them. And then you have a buddy who's like, what if I go? And you go, that sounds great. I'm going to introduce you.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
I'm behind you 100%.
So yeah, just more great Jonah, just great family interaction. Again, if you have like, you know, big family gatherings, or you remembered them, or you even like hang out with friends, like this is a good issue just as like a character study. Like I could even separate this as just like hi, I'm teaching a curriculum at this college this year. We're reading these 7 graphic novels and this one issue of Spider-Man. Like, that's how good this writing has been. And it's good. And then happiness, we get this little quote. Happiness is being surrounded by the people you love. What a great way to end the issue, right, guys? No. So, if you guys are interested in this series and you haven't read this issue yet, right now I am advising you 15 minutes. Leave the stream for like 15 minutes and come back, because we are getting into a huge spoiler which you need to experience for yourself for the full impact. So, giving you a couple minutes, just tap out, mute us, whatever you need to do, because this is where the book literally made me like jump out of my seat, crap my pants, run over to the Discord, be like, Andrew, read the issue. So, all right, guys.
That's when he was spamming me.
It was when I was spamming you. And I even knew you were with Mary. And I was like, I'm breaking my rule of not bugging him while he's with Mary.
I didn't even have my books with me.
I didn't care. I needed you to know. So, as you guys remember, throughout, I highlighted this a little bit ago, but one of the running sort of jokes throughout this issue is that Mayday keeps trying to get MJ to pick up the phone because Gwen keeps calling and interrupting her game. Throughout the issue, we get it about 3 times. MJ is always like, no, I'm busy. And which is a very real thing. Like, I've seen my mom do that before, and like my aunts and everything. So eventually MJ's like, okay, fine. I'll take the phone. Hello, what's going on, Gwen? And Gwen, is calling, and she says, hey, I haven't seen Harry for like days. It's been like 6 days and I haven't seen him. Does Peter know where he is? Does anybody know where he is? And so that's like, we already know that something is up because we've seen Harry sort of, going a little vigilante, a little off his own rails. So then MJ goes, hey, Peter, did you hear this? Oh, yeah. And well, I mean, that's a good setup, too, is that Peter and MJ go into like their bedroom, put him on speakerphone, and they're like away from everybody. So she asks, like, Peter, do you know anything about this? And she goes to touch Peter, and she fucking realizes it's not Peter. It is something.
Something else.
So...
No idea what.
I genuinely did not see this coming. Mm-hmm. I flipped my shit when I saw this, like, Black-Eyed Peter. And if you guys remember, obviously... Black-Eyed Peas, he's getting retarded in here. Okay, we are doing the uncensored version. But, so obviously the black goo-ness is very evocative of the symbiote. Obviously, even with the word bubble being in black and white, that's the symbiote style. Very
evocative of the symbiote.
So if you guys remember, when Peter first unlocked his suit from Tony, it operates like this. It is this weird nanotech thing. It wasn't until he like went to Otto and was like, get it away from me. Remember, because now he has the spandex one, but the original one, he was like, it's living. This is weird AI in my head. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
But so I wonder if that's what's at play here. But Andrew, what really got me about this is it's MJ essentially encountering the symbiote in this super like vulnerable, scary moment. And like, if you remember from 616, like when she's traumatized by symbiote stuff because
Venom showed up in their home
and like attacked her and kidnapped her. So she's got like this huge, like genuine fear. And now I wonder if like, that's what Ultimate MJ is about to get. Like, is Hickman playing the hits, but in a different like style? Like, is he covering it? I don't know. But this twist was amazing. If you guys did read the issue, and I don't know if you caught this, Andrew, but Peter doesn't speak during the issue.
No, he doesn't.
At all. You see him a lot, and he's always interacting, and people are talking to him, but he never says an actual word.
And so
until we get to here.
I'm wondering if this had to be deliberate, because we've just wrapped up not too long ago the what was it? Black Suit and Blood or whatever it was.
Yeah, that mini that we were kind of liking,
the mini
and then
anthology that they had. That was fine. It was
okay. Fine. Yeah, fine is perfect.
It had some really good ones, and then had some that were just like, but something that we need to remember is that there are instances where the symbiote was taking over Peter's body while Peter was asleep.
Yup.
And so I'm wondering now if this is an instance where even though Peter decided I'm just going to use the spandex suit, if this is the symbiote actually at the wheel.
Oh
right
man.
Now.
I genuinely didn't think about that. But I think, oh dude, that would be, and now that you say that, I sort of get this, like, if I were to build on that theory, it makes sense to me because Tony gave Peter the suit with a specific mission. Like, we have to stop the Maker. There's no time for family bullshit. There's no time for Christmas. You need to go train. You need to get your body ready. What if maybe that's what this symbiote is doing? I don't even know, but dude, that would be a great way to take it.
I'm really curious to see where he's going with it.
But just, yeah, that
panel right there, that ending splash is like,
it's so damn. Hey, well, first of all, if Marco ever gives this to us without the black eyes, which probably not, but hey, maybe I'll edit it later. This is you. Like, this is your new profile picture for everything. But
I would like some royalties for
that's
Marvel,
what I'm saying. We got to take him to court. We got to take him to court. There's no way they don't know. We're not going to rip off Ripa. We're going to rip off Ripa's employees. Perfect genius move.
Marvel's been using my likeness for the entire Ultimate Spider-Man run in 2024.
It's their best run. I demand the royalties. But yeah, just this entire reveal, especially it being on MJ, who just had this amazing, like, issue all on her own, to have, you know, she's at a peak. She's like, I got my sister back. It's holidays. Peter's okay. And then literally everything just gets swept out from under her in like 2 words. 2 words. And like, it doesn't even want to talk to her at first, because at the top panel, she's like, where is he? Answer me. Hello? Like, talk to me. And then he just says it says Merry Christmas. And it's just like, holy crap.
Yeah.
This is, again, no action in this issue. I imagine
even remotely in the semblance of.
I'm so torn, because I feel like, you know, I forget who said it, whether it was Chuck or CD, but they're like, you know, just give it a little more action, it'll be the perfect book. And I'm like, my first reaction to that was, if you pick it up in trade, I bet it reads fantastic. I bet all of it goes together well, because you get the right action. And that's what my other thing was like, but I wonder, I feel like you might lose something if you're not doing this with that like month break between these books. Because like, I can't imagine having the same reaction here, and now I don't, and then flipping the page and being like, that's what it is, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? This is going to be on my mind for a month. I don't know what happened to Peter.
Yeah, the pacing in this book is off the chain. Hickman is showing an uncanny ability, a spectacular ability, a superior ability to leave the reader on the edge of their seat.
Yeah.
And wanting to know what happens next. And you want your reader to ask that question. You want them to finish that book and ask aloud or to themselves what happens next, or and then what happened. This is something Neil Gaiman talks about in his masterclass on writing. This is something that all the great writers will actually bring up. Mike Barron has talked about this. What happens next? You want your reader to ask that question, because that question shows investment. That means your reader is actually interested and invested in what happens next. And that's something that Hickman is showing a really, really stellar ability.
I don't think I've ended an issue where I haven't felt that. Every time we end an Ultimate Spider-Man, I'm like, I need the next bit right now.
Absolutely. I am so on. I've been on board since issue 1.
Since issue 1. But this just keeps going. I can't even think of like a slight dip at all yet. Like, Hickman's just been on a pure upward trajectory. Obviously it'll come, but right now we're just like, we're eating good. Like, insanely
we
good.
really are.
And
we
then
really are. And he's knocking out of the park so far.
And then of course we get the epilogue, which I don't even know what to make of it, but we've got Kraven is the one who he's abducted Peter and Harry, and he's juicing their blood or putting something in them. Who knows? Who genuinely knows? But as Andrew pointed out to me, they are doing an event, or not an event, but like a story arc next year. Kraven's Hunt instead of Kraven's Last Hunt. So if they're putting that big of a banner on it, you know it's going to be something. Like it's going to be.
That's where
good.
I'm being cautious with, because Kraven's Last Hunt is among the best pieces of comic book media that's ever been produced. And so...
Amen.
To even use a title that's similar, you better deliver.
You better be like, you can't just casually do that.
And I'm saying that knowing that Hickman has been delivering on Ultimate Spider-Man. But if you are going to then utilize the imagery and the verbiage,
verbiage,
of
I guess
Kraven's
that works.
Hunt, you're gonna have to take it to another level.
Right.
In order to actually impress me.
Because now you are saying I am on the level as that story, and it's like, all right,
exactly,
bold claim, but let's see if you can do it.
And at this point, I think he could.
I think he could.
Now it's a matter of whether or not he will. If he does, this could go down as one of the greatest Spider-Man runs ever. However, if he doesn't, it will be a what if?
But we'll never get that because they don't do what ifs with like actual stories anymore. Now it's just like, what if Kraven was Daredevil? Like, okay, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
But no, I agree with you. I'm excited to see what he does. I think he can deliver. It's just, you and I are going to, kind of like, NASA always is. We're going to have our stomachs like in a knot until it lands, until we can go, okay, good, safe, touchdown. Like, we're all right. Pardon me. But yeah, that's Ultimate Spider-Man number 12. Cannot recommend this series enough. If you're not on it and you like comic books, change that immediately.
Agreed.
All right, so we are at the 3-hour mark. Do you want to keep going? I can keep going. And if you do you want to triage? Do you want to just hit the flash talk? Do you want to hit everything else? What's on your plate?
I'm trying to think, because I think we hit... Because, all right, so this is the way I'm looking at it. We can talk about how... What?
I was just going to say, on my end, I think there's maybe only 2 other things to hit that aren't flash talk. And really, we can just, like Justice League and X-Men, where all I was, like...
Okay, yeah, because all I was going to say was, like, Mid-K had actually a decent issue.
We can bullet point this one.
Exceptional was still super lame.
Oh, I forgot we even read Exceptional. That book sucks. This book sucks.
It really does. I am so close right now. We're 4 issues in. We're only 2 away from wrapping up this first arc. I am tempted to just saying, nah, I'm done. Because the only good parts, again, were anytime Emma was talking. It
is only whenever Emma is talking, like, insanely so. But, I mean, like, okay, it's insane because we know it's only Emma, but it's so consistently, like, her voice is perfect.
Yeah, she is written perfectly. And, yeah, exactly. Everyone else around her just sucks.
And it's like, we've talked about this before, like, Eve Ewing can get Emma. Like, she knows her. For whatever reason, she's got a perfect lock on Emma. It's just, everything else in this book is so boring, is so...
Nothing else is redeemable so far.
There's been nothing cool. Like, this was probably the thing I would say was the coolest, was... They found a way to do a makeshift danger room, and it's Emma related. It's just Emma doing her like
Emma
mind
doing
thing.
It through her telepathy,
which I think is cool. Amazing. Yeah, I was like, oh, that is so smart. And then that's really all we've got.
Yeah.
And it's just more like,
if it's Emma related in this book, it's actually probably really on point. If it's anything else, it's the opposite.
It's so bad whenever it's like Kitty related.
And now we're dragging Bobby into it.
Bobby's been dragged into it. So this really the main plot of this book, just to hit it real quick, because I have a complaint that I want to give you, Andrew, is Bobby has shown up at Kitty's house, is hanging out with her under the auspices of, oh, I just want to like see my friends, I want to reconnect. But we find out that he's talking to somebody, sort of keeping track of JoJo. No other contacts with current or former X-Men, as far as I can tell. 3 of them, like 3 students, lots of potential. Hard to tell how attached she is. I feel like there's an opportunity here. She's off her game. So Kitty finds that out and says, like, get away from me. I don't know why you're spying on me. And it leads to this revelation that she killed people. But I also feel like everybody knows that, and she's killed people before. So I don't...
Okay.
Like, yeah, okay. But...
Has been keeping tabs on Kitty. And the whole reason for this is he's actually in communication with what we find out to be Rogue. Oh, is it? Oh, wait, it's me? Hold on.
Oh, no! Andrew! Well, anyway, while Andrew figures that out, this book is... It's very much the weakest one.
Wow. It looked like on my screen that you and then cut out, but it was actually apparently me.
All right. I didn't even get that on mine. I didn't see you cut it all, but we're good. We're back.
All right. Well, yeah, like I'm looking at the YouTube video right now, and my video and everything cut out.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Why did that happen? All of the frames are like super dropping on my end. It's restoring now. So I think
it's fine now, but it like we had a hiccup. Cut out for a second. Yeah.
Very odd. Very, very odd.
After talking about Hickman, we had a hiccup.
He got us. He's like, you will like my event, or you will not be on the internet anymore. So, yeah. But so what I was saying is, Bobby is like doing this like secret keeping tabs on Kitty, and we find out it's just about Rogue because she's kind of concerned about Kitty. But what pisses me off is that they do the thing where like they force a miscommunication, right? Like Bobby doesn't have to use that.
Rather than it being believable.
Well, like, because, like, in this page right here, like, Bobby, where he's like, oh, yeah, I feel like there's an opportunity here. She's off her game. That doesn't sound like something you would say about, like...
No, that sounds like something he's working for villains or something.
Right. It's not like, oh, yeah, our friend is, like, you know, open to rejoining the X-Men. It sounds like you're plotting against her. So, of course she's going to take that, like, assumption, and that just felt dumb to me. I'm like, this is unnecessary, stupid drama. It's bad writing. And it makes me, like we said, it makes me really bummed because Emma is amazing in this series. This is like pure, I don't know. Like, again, Eve Ewing, let her write Emma forever, but let somebody else write the plot because this is just not, this is not working.
It's just so frustrating for me as an Emma fan.
I can't even imagine. I mean, at least she's being treated well.
Mary even got me a really freaking cool Emma statue for Christmas.
She did.
And so, like, you know, like, I can't get any wins as a comic book fan when it comes to my ex-wife.
Ex-waifu.
Like, you know, it just... This book, the entire reason why I picked it, because the second I saw that it was Eve Ewing writing, I was like, no, why? But this is the only one, and it's literally the only book with Emma in it right now.
Dude, I also just noticed something else that's going to make you really upset. And that's why I've been scrolling for a minute.
Make it worse.
Oh yeah. Can I center her right? Well, this is probably the best centering we're gonna get. But what do you notice? They've changed her costume from that one you liked, that one with like the straps. She's not wearing it anymore. That lasted for like 2 issues, and now she's just wearing like a basic leotard. Like, I just noticed that right now, especially in this last page where Kitty's coming through the door. There's no straps hanging down here. It's just a tracksuit. And there, you can see it right there on this cover, like the preview for the next one. Gone. And look how cool that suit is. We never got to see it in action. It's so lame.
What action? There's been no action.
No, that's what I'm saying. We haven't seen it in action. Like, we've seen nothing of it. It sucks.
We got to see, what's her name? This chick that can turn bronze or copper, or whatever the hell it is. Fight
like a dinosaur.
A fake fight and one kind of pseudo fight for 3 panels, maybe. While she was auditioning for, like, I don't care about any of this.
I'll push back and I'll say, like, the setting and setup here of her, like, trying out for the school play, like, I get it and it works because it's very much that teenager drama thing. It's just, I don't care about her as a character, so I don't care about any of this. You've given me no real reason or connection to her, so I'm like...
That kind of a plot thread or a beat you can use and it be very good and effective if you're trying to tell the story of teenagers or kids that are still in school, whether it's high school, college, whatever. You can use that. Absolutely. Yeah. That can be effective. That can be a relatable thing. However, that's all this book has been.
I know. Oh no, you're right.
Like
I know.
Soap opera or teenage drama. There's nothing about this book that has been X-Men aside from the fact that there are mutants in it.
What are you talking about? The Beast is from X-Force. Don't you like that interconnectedness? I don't even know if that is from X-Force. Like, I don't care about that book anymore.
It's so frustrating.
You know what also like frustrated me?
So frustrating because the art is actually also really good.
It's actually pretty good.
Emma looks gorgeous. And she's written very well. However, she gets like 4 panels a book, if that, and then nothing happens. Nothing with her happens.
Nothing.
Nothing
happens.
These teenagers who you've not yet given me a reason to care about these characters.
That's exactly what I was going to get to. Dude, there's this point at the beginning.
You are focusing this book on these characters, and you have not given me a reason to care about them.
Like, there's this little bit right here, Andrew, where she's like, "Oh, I might try out for the play," and then the boy talks to her, and then she like talks to the camera, and she's like, "Oh, there's a chance to get closer to the boy I like," and I'm like,
"There's been no build-up between
that's what I was.
you two. Why the hell do I?
That's
care?
what I said. I was like, I don't care. Who is this guy?
I don't know who he is. I don't even know who you are.
Right. That was literally the same reaction I had. I was like, this is stupid. You're trying to force us to like her, and
right. Conversely, you have Uncanny with Gale, and Gale has made us super interested in just about all of those new chunks.
Oh, yeah, all 4 of them. All 4 of them. And
what's
Sarah.
Her name?
Cinder or whatever her name. Calico.
Yeah.
Calico.
She's super cool.
Gale even made us care about Sarah, the witch mother lady. And Eve can't make us care about 3 new characters.
Yeah, I care about 0 of these new characters. I also don't care about Kitty now. Because all you've done is made this book about her drama of, oh, can I get a date? I don't care. This is an X-Men book, okay? And this is called Exceptional X-Men. Right now, you may as well just call this book Exceptionally Retarded. Because there is nothing interesting about this book outside of when Emma Frost is talking.
You know what also pisses me off is this. I mean, it's really prominent in this book, but Marvel's been doing this for a few years. I don't like that they've sort of kicked Bobby down in like the rankings, right? Like to me, he's an 05. If Bobby shows up on your fucking doorstep saying we have X-Men business, you snap to attention. You say, "Oh shit, the original gang is back together." But here, like, Bobby's trying to talk to Kitty, and Kitty's just like, "Fuck off. Like, I hate you. I don't want to talk to you."
You can blame What's-His-Face, who initially retconned him as being gay, because as soon as they did that, all of a sudden that's all his character became about, and suddenly they never knew how to do anything with him, even though they had decades worth of material to work.
He was an Omega, and now nobody talks about that.
No, because now it has to. The second they did that, they then had to constantly advertise it and make it that this is his character. He is this. And that's all he is. That's all they made him. Now. He is no longer an interesting character. He's no longer an Omega level mutant. He's no longer one of the original 5. He is no longer anything other than a mutant who happens to be gay. That's all that they have written him as.
No, he's a gay.
On them.
He's a gay guy who happens to be a mutant. Let's get that correct.
Oh, okay, my bad. That's on them. They screwed up a perfectly good character in a myriad of ways. Also, and
why?
It's a travesty.
Why does Bobby turn on the sync to text? Like, you also didn't need to go to the bathroom for that. You can text somebody right in front of you, like another person. It's not this. It's just bad writing. It's just now at this point I'm just nitpicking everything because I'm like, this is all bad. There's like
we could pick apart almost every single panel on this outside of literally anything but the art or whatever's coming out of Emma's mouth. That's basically it.
Yeah. At this point, just again make Eve like the permanent Emma writer. Give her co-credit writing on whatever. Just get Emma out of here. Put her on a different book because none of these characters are cool. I don't care about any of them.
Misuse of a character that's as interesting and layered as she is.
As interesting as layered as her, as Kitty was, as Bobby should be. Like, you have the ingredients here, but I think we've said this before, but you're Zelda cooking it, where it's just like it's just like censored blur of a book because it's just that bad. It can't even show you the end result.
Yeah, it's just not a good book.
But this was Andrew's Christmas present, by the way, from Marvel, not from me. You're getting good stuff from me. I just laughed because this came out yesterday.
I would love a nice spot foil Emma Frost variant cover.
We'll get it in 90 years when they actually give her a book again.
The only redeemable thing I can say about this book so far is that issue 1 had a couple of really, really good
beautiful covers.
Yeah, that Joelle Jones Emma Frost variant, and that was gorgeous. And then you had, who is it that did the foil?
It's not, for some reason I want to say David Baldion, but I know that's not it. Exceptional X-Men 1 foil variant.
I have 2 of it.
As you should.
I ordered one from Things from Another World, and I picked one up at my LCS.
It's Edge Ebenebi.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who that is.
Recognize the name. I just know that it looks beautiful, and that's so far been the only redeemable thing.
I still wish the Joelle Jones one was foil. That would have been.
It should have been. It should have been spot foil, and just have her outfit be foil.
Her outfit, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Maybe if you wanted to give it a different foil treatment as well, her energy, but I agree with that as well.
Yeah, I would have been okay with that for sure.
You just can't have it be the same foil as her suit. I feel like that's too much. That wouldn't work. But yeah, guys, if you're not reading this book, don't read this book. Andrew and I are going to keep reading this because I think it's really funny to make him read this, just like he would probably find it really funny to make me keep reading Amazing Spider-Man if he could stomach that once we get into the next arc. But it's not good. We'll keep you on Emma Watch, but at this point, Jimmy Watch is being more productive than Emma Watch. Fucking think about that. We've seen Jimmy 7 times since the show started. We've seen Emma in 4 issues of Exceptional. We are at a point in X-Men continuity where Jimmy Hudson gets more attention than Emma Frost.
That hurts my soul, genuinely.
Make mine Marvel.
That really hurts my soul.
All right. Well, let's see. Do we want to let's just go and hurt your soul a little more. We'll probably talk about Mid-K's X-Men when we get the next Uncanny issue. It'll all wrap together.
I was gonna say, let's just wrap up Gray Malkin when Uncanny comes out.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll wrap it all together because once Uncanny comes out, that's the end of it too. So it'll be a perfect little half split there. So how did you? I know you want to talk about this in particular. I mean, I do too. But let me rephrase that. Obviously, we know how the show flow normally goes. I give a quick recap. We break down page by panel by panel. I don't know if that's necessarily how you and I want to talk about this book, because I don't know if it's necessarily the day to You know what? I'll just give a quick summary and then we'll get into it because we'll just lay it out. We'll make it simple for everybody.
Knock out the quick summary.
Yeah.
I actually got to pee for some reason.
Perfect.
Spending 5 days with Mary gave me her bladder
it shrunk
size,
your bladder.
So I will be right back.
Perfect. So
I'll be listening on my phone for the next 30 seconds.
Sounds good. All right. We all know Andrew's gay, and if he isn't, he should say something. All right. I knew it. Anyway, so if you guys remember, this is the post whatever initiative we're in right now. I don't even remember. It's not Dawn of DC. It's All In. So we're in our All In initiative. In the Flash series, we are currently following the West family on a family vacation to, I always forget what it is. It's not Weird World. It's the DC equivalent of Weird World. But, land of the dinosaurs, land of fantasy, all that fun stuff. So, Weather Wizard is here, as we saw in the first issue of this arc, where he's, taking over. He's trying to take over. He's trying to find the magics of this land. That's sort of the B plot to this issue, is Weather Wizard versus Wally. It's fine, but the real meat of it is we really delve into sort of the meta of what's going on. In particular, what's going on with Jai and Irie's powers ever since the absolute power ending, where everybody's powers got messed up or boosted. And we essentially learn that Irie can now copy other people's power, and in doing that, she is also able to copy Wally power of making a duplicate. But again, this isn't a Speed Force duplicate, as we'll get into with Andrew, because that's the main reason of Flash Talk. But it's a altogether very weird issue. They tried to build on the Flash lore, the Speed Force lore, and all that stuff, and it honestly, as somebody who loves the multiverse comics, or let me rephrase that, as somebody who loves comic books and video games and anime and all the crazy wacky writing, and somebody who knows all the common writers and all the Spider-Man lore, all this stuff, I'm one of those nerds. And even here, I was lost as to what specifically are we even aiming for. So we we get the showdown between Wally and Weather Wizard, which is fine. They sort of start talking like D&D characters, which I think is going to be some weird overarching plot point to whatever's going on here. And then by the end of it, we get Irie, she's going back to the Watchtower, and it's just a lot of stuff to try and build on how their powers work now that ultimately just make things really, really weird and complicated. But at least we get Warlord. I still kind of like seeing him from time to time. But that is... And then we do get a really cool... I wish it was in a better book, because this is essentially the Ultimate Spider-Man reveal. Actually, I just realized it, where Warlord's like, yeah, come on, we can go hang out. Like, I'll take care of your family. And Jai sees that he's been infected with some weird energy that nobody else can see. So... like, when I saw that panel, I was like, ooh. But now I'm realizing it's just the same beat as Ultimate Spider-Man. So, not as interesting as I would have thought it initially. But that is really the core of this book, is Weather Wizard finally fights Wally. We get a delving into where Jai and Irie's powers are right now. And then we get mind-controlled Warlord. So, that's the quick rundown of it. Andrew, where do you want to start with this? Where do you want to start with our Flash talk, with this issue, with the lore? Where do we want to go?
I'm gonna talk about the things I actually liked about this book first, because that'll go quickly.
Perfect. Nothing. Next topic.
Right. Next question. No. So, all right. This might be a bias thing, because, and you know what? It probably is, because it felt kind of out of character for 3 of the characters. Mm-hmm. But we just came off of a weekend of doing a D&D one-shot, right? With Mary and a couple of other friends.
Yep.
Trace, Dylan, a couple of my friends from work. And we had a wonderful time. However, there is a lot of D&D referencing in this issue and talk between... Jai, between Irie, and between Linda, and that for me was just kind of fun as a geek.
Yeah.
In terms of it working within specifically the West family, I don't know if I'd say I hate it or if it just completely doesn't work, but it was a little strange.
So here's obviously what I think they're getting at is that whatever's happening to Warlord and Skitaris is causing them to talk like this and act like this, because we even see, like, I think Wally says something about that to Weather Wizard. He's like, why are you talking like that? That's so weird. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, right here. You do know you're not a real wizard, right? Like, so like they pointed out, so I think it's supposed to be this world is influencing us. My problem with, and I'm not against that idea, and I'm also not against like the D&D references. I had the same reaction. I was like, hey, we just did that. I know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's the fact that by the way this issue is written, it seems to imply that the effect that's happening on them is specifically making them do specifically D&D, like not just like old school medieval talk, but like talk from the game. And that to me is where it's like, so is the game influencing the realm, which is then influencing them? Why would the realm even care about that game? Like, very odd. Like, so I'm not against it. It just feels like the setup wasn't there. It was just super weak.
Yeah, it was strange. The other thing was that
also, before you go on, I'm not going to lie, I laughed at right here when Wally gives all of his family masks, because first of all, not even really doing anything, but
right, it does literally nothing. They're transparent masks.
But I did laugh.
Phones.
I did laugh personally just at what's his name, Wade the baby having a mask on. I don't know, that was just funny imagery. Like, of all people who don't need it, he needs it the least.
You're gonna give it to the baby, right? Yeah. The other thing that I liked, and again, this is a bias thing. Nobody that knows me and knows the channel or any of the platforms that I stream on regularly is under any delusions about how I feel about dogs. I love dogs. And the way that they talk about the dog in this book just makes me think, yes, goodest boy. Give goodest boy all of the things.
Me too.
Goodest boy is goodest boy in universe and space and time. However, as we will get into, the actual story for this book was all over the freaking place.
All over the place, man.
And especially once it got to the point where Jai was trying to like explain how everything worked and functioned, I was like, you sound like a 7-year-old trying to explain quantum mechanics for no reason whatsoever and not being able to do it because you're 7.
And like it's clearly more for our benefit, like the reader's benefit, because like, yes, in universe,
it's all exposition. It's all exposition, but not well-written exposition.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Jai is expositing to Irie, but in universe, the 7-year-old's not, making sense of quantum mechanics and metaphysical births. That makes sense. That works. However, because they frame this as Jai's trying to tell us the information, keeping it like that and keeping it confusing makes us walk away going, what were you even talking about? Yeah, like, what are we talking about here? I'm sure you heard it when I was doing my recap. When I got to the part about like Irie's new power and Jai, I kind of like fumbled because I was like, we'll get into it because it's weird. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
anymore.
So Irie can copy the energy signature of other people, and Jai has his his like ability to
like mold warp everything,
and to warp to the immediate vicinity of other conduits. However, like, there aren't that many other conduits around right now. It's really just Wally and his kids because Barry no longer is considered a conduit, which is stupid and a retcon to begin with because both he and Wally are supposed to be unable to be cut off from the Speed Force in general. And then, so like, this is an absolute mess right now. I want it to get better. I really want it to get better, but right now I'm reading it and I'm genuinely confused while reading it. I'm like, what is even happening? I'm not an illiterate comic book reader.
No, you're
I'm not somebody who is, only capable of enjoying and understanding and making sense of the most menial of plots and things like that. But this book makes no sense right now. And also, the lettering still pisses me off.
I know. Like I'm glad you brought that. I know.
It does this.
Yeah. It like on this page, I noticed they kind of used it right. Because, like, they use it for, like, when they're whispering. Like Black Lightning's whispering to Wally, like, feel your pain, man. Bring your kids to work. They should only be once a year. And then Jai's like,
when you're the writer and you're writing the script, you write in
lower
parentheses small.
Right,
in order to indicate or denote this is a whisper. This is something that is being said under the character's breath, and therefore the lettering should be smaller to actually showcase that.
But they just use it everywhere. Whoever this letterer is just throws it in randomly, and it just makes everything. It annoys me. It's not. I like it. I guess I can still read the book and I get what they're saying, but it's just stylistically it bugs the hell out of me.
It makes absolutely no sense from a lettering and editorial standpoint, and it bugs the crap out of my OCD because it is literally the only book out there doing this.
Only one.
At least of the ones that I'm reading.
I mean, we're reading out there. Unless it's being used in some whack ass like YA Batgirl book, we're not gonna like. Then we won't know it, but. We read the main ones. It's not being used. We're
reading all of like the main books out there between the two of us at the very least.
Just I think the main one we don't have is Wonder Woman for good reason.
Yeah,
so that's Tom King.
I'm not going to allow that kind of crap in my home.
That does not come into these households. But yeah, like, so here's what really bothered me about this is that like you said, every time Jai and Irie tried to explain something, it just became more weird. It
became more convoluted.
Opened up different holes that you and I could poke through. But what really got me was right here where they so when they're Jai's power, he can go to any Speed Force conduit. Irie uses it. It takes her to her dad up in the watchtower. But so here's my two things about this. One, does the copy still count as the actual conduit in itself, or is it energy, right? But then two, before you answer that sort of wraps into my other question, which is we still don't really. All they've said is that Wally's a clone, or there are two Wallys. They don't say how he made him, or they did. I don't okay. Wade said oh, you just split yourself in half, but that was did you use it with the Speed Force? Did you use? We don't know. It's just. it's just there. And is it still Spurrier?
It's still Spurrier,
which is weird because Spurrier is better than this.
Didn't he have a good run on the Flash just right before this?
So I want to bring that up because, so obviously one of the big reveals in this book is that the dog that they have now, who I still like, and I still like the idea. I have nothing against the dog. He is a manifestation of the Speed Force, essentially. Like, he's like the Speed Force's baby, so it's like a concept taking form. Now, I didn't bring this up at the time, so as you guys might remember in the audience, but I know you remember, Andrew, like a month or two ago, I made my way through the Spurrier run just to catch up. And at the time, you were behind, you had some stuff going on, so I was like, I won't bug him with it, he'll get to it eventually, I'm not going to bring it all up. But now I remember, at the very end of Spurrier's run, the last 2 or 3 issues really lean into, so that's where you learn where the dog comes from, because I was like, wait a second, the dog is a fake thing? It only came back after Absolute Power? Let me go look. So I went and I looked and I was like, oh yeah, there it is. But the entire end of Spurrier's run tries to do the metaphysical Grant Morrison thing, but it's kind of done by somebody who doesn't really know how to pull that off. It's not I can give Spurrier credit, cool, you're trying something, and it's not necessarily written bad, it's just very confusing. And if you were Grant Morrison, you would have gotten it across in a second. But there's this whole I'm the Speed Force, I'm having a baby, the West family should it gets really, really odd in a way that they don't really go back to the point where at the end of that run I was kind of flipping through it, just what are we doing? Are we done here? What are we adding to this? And that's why I forgot the dog, because he literally shows up in only one panel during that run. So it feels like we're in one of those eras of making it complicated just to be complicated.
Yeah, and this book complicates that further by retconning as though the dog was there in every moment of Wally's life, just about all the time.
So I'm not against that. I kind of like that idea. One, because I'm like you, Goodest boy. I like this shot right here where he's in all of the oh, you beat Professor Zoom and he's there. Oh, you got back with Linda, he's there. Oh, you got your powers, the dog. I like that. It's cute. I think it works as this idea of the dog being Speed Force, kind of rewriting everything, because I don't think it necessarily detracts or adds to anything. Or in terms of the story, you know what I mean? There's no, oh, he's fighting Professor Zoom, how did the dog get there? How did it get its power? It's it's the Speed Force. We got it. I don't know. Maybe it just bugged me less. That one works for me.
Yeah, but the way that they're presenting as the dog is this the manifestation of an entire universe or an entire reality.
See, that's the problem too. It's not supposed to be a reality. It's supposed to be I'm gonna find the issue really quick, because it does get really, really wooey woo.
Panel where Jai actually says that.
Let's see.
It's like an infant reality.
Does he actually say reality?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't remember that. And I probably overread it.
It was I'm pretty sure it was towards the end of this issue.
Probably. Jumping around, doggy dog. Oh, I made it back to the dog. We're here. Oh, yeah, no. He's an actual infant Cosmos. That's what it is. Yeah, so that's yeah. I can interpret it that way. But so here, I'll show you, Andrew. But this is sort of where Spurrier's run or pre-all-in run sort of devolves. At a certain point, we get all the speedsters together. So we'll just go visually, but it's they go really metaphysical here, to the point where oh, we don't even know what reality is. We're drifting in eternity. Now all of the Speed Force members have to sort of use their connections to link Wally back, and Linda becomes one of them, and we just get this is what I mean by full Grant Morrison. It just becomes these weird fights against metaphysical concepts that he doesn't define. So I don't know, what am I even really fighting against? And then just a lot of the philosophizing, oh, we've run outside of reality. What do we do now? Oh no, infinity is slicing open. So we're not averse to this as Flash readers. Like, this is sort of the big stuff they deal with. It just, in this arc, it feels like they just go for the wooey woo just to go for the wooey woo. Like, there's not a real connection to anything that's going on.
You still have to make it make sense.
Exactly.
You still have to make it work, and you don't. That's like with opening up a comic book and having a splash page just for the sake of having a splash page. You don't do that. You have to have something in there because you earned it. You have to have something in there because it makes sense. And right now, what DC has been doing with the Flash for a little while now doesn't do that. It doesn't make sense. Right now, I don't know how to make heads or tails of what the hell they're doing.
No, I legitimately don't. Like right here, this page, I want you to look at this page as somebody who doesn't know what's going on. Like, why is Wally hanging out with Celestials? Why is Wally's family with Celestials? Why is Irie in her Kingdom Come outfit instead of her current, like, 11-year-old outfit? That's the kind of stuff that this run at its end just starts imploding upon itself. And like, I feel bad because I do kind of understand what Spurrier's going for. Like, she's just trying to go for, or he's going for just another one of those. It's kind of like Speed Force 2. Like, that's what he's trying to introduce. But just the way you go about it is so convoluted and weird, and I don't even... Like you said it best. Like, there's a certain level of disbelief we can suspend, but then... Yeah, like, there will always be a point where we reach it and we go, what the hell is that? And that's kind of where we are at this point. And
there's still a level of believability that you have to instill in your reader and maintain in your reader. And right now, that's not what we have in the Flash books. As somebody who's been reading the Flash for a really long time, since I was like 7 or 8 years old, I've been through all the different iterations of the Speed Force and the different variations of what they've tried to describe it as, whether it's just this primordial, extra-dimensional lightning that speedsters derive their powers from, or it's a nirvana that they attain if they go faster than light speed, or if it's an actual multiversal concept that holds the very fabric of reality together, or if it's something that represents and maintains the very concepts of motion and time, depending on what era of DC Comics continuity we're talking about. I've been through all of that. Right now, I don't know what the actual hell I'm reading.
Like, I know Wally's here, and that makes me happy, but I don't know what any of them are doing. I don't know how their powers work. Again, like, that, you and I have talked about this in and you touched upon it right there with the Speed Force mention, is like, we've been here for a while. We've followed this. We know how this works. So you can't just change everything up and not expect us to go, well, how does that connect? Like, you can't just disconnect everything we know to your current plot point. And maybe there will be like an absolute Wonder Woman 3 where the next issue completely explains everything and we know.
And that's entirely possible.
But I'm just feeling like...
If Kelly Thompson can do it, Simon Spurrier can do it.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
I think overall he's a more consistently good writer.
I agree with that. And that's sort of why I am so... That kind of adds to my my bafflement at Flash. Because I'm like, I know you can do good. Like, up until these last 2 issues of his pre-All-In run, it was a great run. I even told you, like, you're going to have fun when you catch up. Like, it's a pretty good read. And then you get here, and it's when you try to write something out of your element, and you end up just sort of, like, losing the plot. Like, for example, I love, like, military thrillers and all that stuff, but if you try to ask me to write, like, okay, write a script about a secret operation to extract somebody from Ireland or whatever, I would write you something that probably didn't make sense, probably threw a lot of elements that didn't work because I didn't know what I was explicitly talking about, and I would be too wrapped up in my own head of, like, give them what they want from a military thing. Yeah. To the point where you would be like, this is a mess. And I kind of feel like that's what Simon did with, let's give them a metaphysical Speed Force thing. And it's just, then you got to, like, talk about Jai and his reshaping and just it all gets weird when it comes to the Flash family, but this is just weirder.
They're overcomplicating the Speed Force far beyond what's necessary.
They are.
I think the Speed Force reached its point and its peak of kind of place in the DC cosmos.
Yeah.
When they, I think it was in New 52, where they described it as it was like a kind of multiversal constant and source of movement and time. I'm like, okay, that's kind of a lot, but I think I can live with that. Just don't like try and stretch my belief beyond that. And then they did exactly that.
They always do exactly that, right? Just contract it again. So I think, okay, I have a question to that that's sort of off the... Okay, how do I want to frame this? Do you have any other thoughts on this specific issue? Or where we are? Or on Spurrier? Or on, like, your thoughts
on
for the
issue
future?
16 of The Flash, I have no other thoughts other than the fact that it's an absolute mess. And I was annoyed reading the vast majority of it. Aside from, like, getting my chuckles of the D&D references and liking Goodest Boy, I was just like... I'm reading this book because Wally's supposed to be the main character, and right now I'm just kind of annoyed at the book because it doesn't make much sense. It reads like it's trying to be far more big-brained than it actually is.
Yeah, there we go. Andrew with the freaking summary. I was like, Andrew, please jump in here and stop me from running my mouth. I know you're going to know what to say in like 3 words. Please shut me up.
Yeah, this has been a disappointing run so far. We're only 3 issues in. That's not to say that it can't get better. It absolutely can. If Kelly Thompson can get better in 3 issues, Cy Spurrier can get better in 4. Because he's a better writer overall, I think.
Yes, I agree.
But right now, it's reading very reminiscent of how I felt about Joshua Williamson's run on The Flash towards the end of it, where it was like, you're running out of ideas.
That is,
you don't know what you want to actually do with these characters anymore. Well, that actually makes sense.
If you want to, like, honestly, the best thing I can point at to like as evidence is they introduced 2 different babies. They introduced a new human speedster baby in Wade, and then a like metaphysical Speed Force dog baby in the dog. So it's like we all know that rule about like, oh, a sitcom's over when you do the pregnancy arc and they have the kid. Yeah. It's like it feels like they're doing that over here, even though like he's had kids and it's worked. This one feels different. Yeah.
Well, and it's particularly annoying to me because it's not actually that long ago that Wally just got his kids back into DC continuity.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Like, realistically, it's only been like a year or 2. Like, in canon.
Flash forward. This was published, what was this, 2021? Okay, so individual issues were in 2020. But I want to say the final issue might have been in 2021. I could be misremembering that. Sometimes trades are unreliable.
Yeah.
The actual publishing thing on that, I'd have to look at my singles. But that's not actually that long ago. We didn't have Linda and the kids for a handful of years there in terms of actually being tied in with Wally specifically. Linda existed.
April 2020. That was the last issue of Flash Forward.
Okay. So that was issue 6 of that.
Oh yeah, the villain was Tempest. I forgot about that guy.
He wasn't even a villain.
Well, no, he wasn't a villain, but like I remember for a period.
He was a main character.
Yeah, like they were trying to make him the new entity in DC. Yeah, and I'm like, oh yeah, you were a thing.
Yeah, they did nothing with him. They did nothing with him after. Has he even popped up since Dark Knight's Metal? Or no, Dark Knight's Death Metal?
Appearance of Death. Future State Suicide Squad #2, April 2021.
Wait, he's killed in Suicide Squad?
In a freaking tie-in for Future State.
Spark me dry.
That's incredible. I can't think of a bigger DCL. Like, that's amazing.
Holy crap. Like, there was actually interesting stuff going on in Flash Forward, though that should have been a 12-issue maxi series, not a mini.
Instead of a 6, yeah, I agree with that.
It needed more. It felt super rushed, and you could tell they were like, all right, just fix it. Like, fix it.
Just get him out of the Mobius chair and throw him back in continuity. It's like, fine.
It wasn't even that. It was like, okay, yeah, Tom King mucked up Wally West. The fans are pissed. Just fix it. And fix it in 6 issues. And, Lobdell was probably like, okay. Like 6 issues. What the hell do you want from me here? He's probably looking at everything that King did, and he's like, can I have more issues, please?
Please? And they're like, no, Tom King needs 40 issues for this story, okay? We need 7 issues that are just 9-panel pages of Wally crying. No dialogue.
Shoot myself in the face right now. They've made such a mess of Flash Mythos.
I know.
With the Speed Force. Like, it seems like every single writer that jumps on wants to try and do something new with the Speed Force. You don't have to do that.
You don't have to.
Just give us the character that we actually like. And instead, they're trying to get far fancier than their capabilities are actually attuned to.
Exactly.
And we're ending up with what we're getting, right? And that's frustrating and unfortunate because Cy Spurrier is actually a good writer. But he's showing right now, I think, that he has kind of maybe reached his limit,
Flash limit,
in terms of what he can do with the Flash. There's certainly, and that's a good point. It's certainly possible that there's another character he could go, several dozen issues with and put out a banger of a run.
Right, yeah.
Sometimes writers have a finite, in fact, most times I would say, have a finite number of stories of quality that they can tell with a certain character. And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
It only becomes a problem when you try to milk dry udder, I guess, for lack of a better
Hush
term.
2! Long Halloween 2! Like, Jeff, that's
nobody asked for either of those.
Nobody asked for Jeff Loeb to come back and do that. And he's still there, and it's like, those first stories were great. I know you don't like Long Halloween, but it's like, we all
I like Long Halloween's writing. It's just
the
Tim
art.
Sale isn't my guy.
That's right. It was the art.
Tim Sale just isn't my guy.
But it's like, we don't need you to come back. We don't need you to do more for it. What more can you tell with those stories? Right?
Yeah. Well, at that point, it's pretty obvious. You're just trying to capitalize on the name.
I know it is, but it's still just sort of like, if I had a comic book company, and I'm sure if you ran the Rippaverse, you would operate it the same way. If somebody came up to me and they were like, Hush 2, I would either be like, you better have a damn good reason for me to do this, or I'm like throwing you out the window. Like, there's no in between. If you say just for money, I'm helicoptering you. Like, that's not okay at this company. So, like, in my head, I want to be like, what was the reasoning? But I know you're completely right. It's just money, yay! Which is even weirder that they decided to do both of them at the same time. Like Long Halloween and Hush at the same time. Because it's like, do one,
they started
then
Long
the other.
Halloween 2 a couple of months earlier.
Yeah.
But still, like,
they're going to run together at some point. And it's like,
yeah.
If you really wanted to milk our money, you should have divvied it up a little more. Like, give us a month break or something between the two series. So, okay. First, one question from Zero says, that's Black Lightning? Yes, Black Lightning is talking to Flashback there. And I wanted to bring that one up specifically because it makes me laugh that your favorite hero and like one of your favorite heroic families is getting run through the gutter. But I know that you are, and I actually am too, enjoying that Black Lightning series. It's actually like a, no pun intended, it's a dark horse candidate.
It's actually been fine.
Yeah. It's been pretty interesting. I like the way Black Lightning's written, so I'm kind of hoping that this is one of those ones that's really good but stays under the radar, because I don't want people to go like, this is great, now let's give Black Lightning 9 more series, because then we're just going to run out of steam really fast with that character.
Take it beat by beat. Like, if the first 6-issue arc does really well and is written well and justifies a follow-up, okay, do another, take it beat by beat. Don't go crazy with it. Like, That's not a character that he's a cool character, right? Jefferson Pierce is a great character, but he's not on the same level in terms of reception.
No, not even
your
close.
Batman, your Superman, your Green Lantern. Most of the characters on the Justice League, right? In order to build him to that point, you have to pace yourself with arc after arc of just consistent quality. If you can do that, that's how you elevate him. That's how he levels up from where he's at to where he could be. Because he's a great character, and he could be one of those higher tiered guys. He's been on the Justice League before. I mean, he was a Justice League member back when Meltzer was writing.
Yep.
Right.
What is that?
Tornado's Path.
Tornado's Path. What is that stupid event? Identity Crisis. It's not good, and I'm not saying we should all go read it. That I was just trying to remember the era. I was like, what's the big thing from that era? Oh yeah, that was what it was.
Identity Crisis and Infinite Crisis, all of that. When they reformed the Justice League, like that, he's a great character. You have to prove to people that you're willing to put writers on him who are capable of writing him in such a way that he can carry his own book.
And I think the way you have to do that is, and I know this is going to sound sort of insane considering what we said about the book, but if you remember from Exceptional X-Men, because I noticed this, is when she goes out, when Bronze goes out for the play, right? It's a play about like a black couple, I guess, and obviously it's like in the past because the teacher who's doing the play offers her the role of like a housemaid, but like he's black, Bronze is black, that boy she likes is black, that all of it is black. There is no moment there where anybody like Eve Ewing doesn't take a moment to be like, you know, when the teacher says like, should you be a housemaid? There's no moment where Bronze is like, that's weirdly racist. Like it all just feels like a normal interaction. Even at the end when he's like, whoa, that was crazy. You saved us. Do you want to like, now that I see that you're bold and out there, do you want to study for the role? And I think if you play Black Lightning like that, where you don't, I mean, this kind of just goes for all characters, right? Like, don't highlight and harp on their intransmutable qualities, their race, their skin
color. Don't highlight and point at the incidentals.
You can have like moments about it. If you want to have like an episode or like an arc, it can work. But if you go out there and you're like, Black Lightning's a black superhero, that's where you're starting to go, okay, well then he has nothing else going for him.
No crap. Like, he's been that way for a really long time.
It's in his name. It's in his name. I knew he was black from the beginning.
Yeah, that series, I'm sticking with it so far. We'll see how it goes. We're only 2 issues in, and it's been good. The art is really good.
Yeah, I really like the art.
The art is really, really good. And the story's good. It's nothing amazing, but it's something where I can see being just kind of one of those, like we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the New 52, how you had some books that were super standout, and then you had others that were just like consistently solid, right? And 100%. There's nothing wrong with that. Like you're not batting 1,000, but you're also not striking out. You know, you're actually still making plays,
right?
And you're doing a good job. So that's perfectly fine. You can do that. And sometimes, in order to build a strong fan base and strong sales network, you have to start out smaller, and you have to, start with just some consistently like decent sales and decent stories, and then build upon that arc after arc after arc. And Black Lightning's a character.
Sounds like you have experience with that, or that's something that the company you work for is very like adamant about.
I mean, that's something that I feel like we're trying to do, right? We look at our fan base and we're like, hey, we're going to try out this character. So we're going to put out a 16-page short story of it. See how you like it. And all of a sudden we put out a freaking newsletter email poll and get overwhelming response of like, give us more, right? And
that's
yeah,
awesome.
we've done that with a couple of things. And specifically with people who have actually purchased said item, because we can parse out those emails.
Yeah, of course.
For people who have actually had those purchases on their account and get genuine feedback as opposed to just random people who want to troll one way or the other, right? And that's important because you want viable and like actual valuable feedback that's worth your while to listen to, right? And
you don't want the guy like me who gets like a random Marvel email and they're like, "Can we ask you?" And I just go fart, and then I send it.
No, we do not want that. That's not helpful to us.
It's not helpful to them either. But until they give me Scarlet Spider back, that's what they're getting every time they send me an email.
You're not getting that anytime.
That's what they all of them are like. What do you think about this, and it's just fart, poop, fart, and then it's like, any suggestions for the future? Bring back Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly. Submit. Like that's all I ever do.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So, let's see. Clone Geek says Lost Halloween has been in the works for years and would have come out sooner if Tim Sale didn't die. Makes it a little bit better, but it still feels like our timing point still stands. You still could have spaced out Long Halloween and Hush a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then Clone Geek says Resurrection Man under New 52 was solid. I do remember that series. I did like that one for a little bit for what it was. I think that only went for like 12 though. That one got nobody really liked that one. But so we are clearly near the end of our show. We obviously went for longer because we had a lot to talk about. We haven't been together for a week.
We had a couple weeks to catch up on.
Before we go, this is sort of the question I've been holding on to, and I wanted to transition with. In terms of Speed Force lore, how do you feel personally, Andrew, about the idea of the bolt of lightning that gives Barry his powers being Barry? Do you like that change, or do you not like that change? Because when we were talking about changing Speed Forces and all that, that was like the first big one I kind of remember happening.
That was the first gigantic retcon to the Speed Force, because the Speed Force was conceptualized by Mark Waid back during his run, and the Speed Force was at that time presented as this sort of speedster nirvana that they could tap into to be kind of like their next level of speed, right? And there were different ways to do that. You had Johnny and Jesse Quick, who tapped into it via the Speed Force formula.
I thought you were talking about like Earth 3 Johnny Quick, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what?
No. Right, so they tapped into it via the Speed formula. But then you had guys like Max Mercury, who believed in it as a far more kind of like spiritual, extra-dimensional, almost existential kind of part of existence. And Jeff Johns, and I'm actually curious, I would be really curious to know how much of this was Jeff Johns and how much of it was Dan DiDio wanting to make everything about
I keep forgetting. We just talked about his time period. I forget that man's claws go so far back.
Flash Rebirth, written by Jeff Johns, which as a singular one-off story is phenomenal. However, that retcon with the Speed Force, very much in hindsight, reads similarly to
like what we're doing here.
Well, what it does is it reads similarly to how I would expect Dan DiDio to want the Speed Force to be transformed into, because Dan DiDio wanted everything to be about the Silver Age heroes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Everything became about the Silver Age heroes with him, right? We got Barry back, all of a sudden Wally disappeared. Wally was nowhere to be found, right? Same thing with Hal.
Wow.
Right? Hal all of a sudden was the focus.
Was back, yeah.
And he did this time and time again. And so I'm wondering and we know that Dan DiDio was the type of co-publisher and editor-in-chief who very much was a micromanager and had his fingers in editorial when it came to the writing. And so that's why we saw things like a bunch of crap happen with Dick, a bunch of crap happened with Wally and Kyle, time and time again, because he hated those characters. He hated anything that was post-Silver Age.
Yeah,
and
so like Robin's cool, but don't make him Nightwing. Nightwing dumb.
Right, he wore it on his sleeve for everyone to see constantly. And so I'm genuinely curious how much of that bit where like, oh, the entire Speed Force was created by
Barry, right?
Like, I'm sorry, I got nothing but love for Geoff Johns, but that concept is pretty retarded. It doesn't actually make sense at all. And I love Barry as a character too, to be clear. I love how distinct he is from Wally and distinct he is from Jay. He's more similar to Jay than he is from Wally, at least until New 52, where they tried shifting that and making him more similar to Wally. But
Barry Allen being treated like a late 20 or early 30s-year-old, it doesn't fit right.
It doesn't
work. That's Wally. Like that is Yeah. I know this is stuff you already know and we already agree on, but I'm just like, man, that was such a bad move from them.
Yes, it absolutely was. And it doesn't make sense when we're talking about an extra-dimensional force. How did he create the extra-dimensional force? By getting struck by lightning? That he was his own lightning bolt?
That I've never liked plot points. There's probably one I can think of if I sat here that I like, but I don't like self-fulfilling time loops like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, okay, well then how do you get it the fucking first time? How does it happen the first time? Oh, it was always destined to... It's not how it works. It's not how things work.
It made zero sense whatsoever. And I'm saying that as someone who loves Flash Rebirth as a book. It was great, with the exception of that. There are a lot of great moments in that book. The story overall is great. But the whole bit about him being his own lightning bolt that struck him and caused him to get his own speed powers, that was stupid. And I am very much glad that that was one of the few retcons that DC and New 52 did
that you agreed with.
For me, and I'm glad they never looked back. They have never once addressed that.
No, they actually haven't.
And I know because I've read probably just about every single article put out by Screen Rant or CBR or Comic
I know you,
or
my favorite guy, or our favorite guy on fucking YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Did you know there's a reason everybody's flash lightning is different? Not a thing, dumbass.
It's so freaking stupid. And a lot of them will be like, oh, and Barry Allen created the Speed Force. Well, guess what? That tells me you haven't read past Flash Rebirth because they retconned that, and thank God, because that was a stupid retcon to begin with.
No,
it
amen.
Made no sense. Francis Manapul retconning that in his run during the New 52 was one of the best things.
Such a smart
Flash
move.
Lore.
No, I just wanted to know your thoughts because I've always sort of held that I didn't like it because I just don't like it for the reasons we got into. So I was just curious on your opinion. Clone Geek says Speed Force is like Swamp Thing's Green. It's one of those things that can really help world build, but you need a competent writer to make it work and not be the stupidest thing. Exactly. It sort of plays into that.
Anytime you're talking about some sort of a universal or even more so multiversal force, you have to be super careful. I mean, power scaling is an issue that mainstream comics have had for a very long time. That's something that we're being extremely careful about over the Rippaverse. For those of you who read and support our books,
that's why Isom's not like cracking the world in half like immediately. He's not Superman yet.
Exactly. For the love of God, because the second you scale up that fast, you have to scale up your villains, and all of a sudden you end up doing what Dragon Ball Z did. As much as I love Dragon Ball Z, then it becomes less about the story and more about what's the bigger threat that I can come up with this week. And that's not nearly as interesting in terms of story. It might look really cool, but you have to think about the storytelling. We're only a 2.5-year-old comic book company. We've got a lot of time, God willing, ahead of us to build up to more crazy looking things, but we're gonna take all the time that we need.
You gotta start
to
slow.
Make that organic.
Superman only fought like mobsters and abusive husbands for like 20 years before he started fighting like Metallo in Parasite. So
exactly,
I think that works. And the other part of like that equation is, you know, I always point at Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, like we were talking about, where think about that end fight. We're at the very end.
We're fighting with universes.
They're throwing universes at each other, and they're just like imagine if they tried to do Gurren Lagann 2. How do you go from there? You can't do anything
from that.
Right, exactly, because now you're just going
What is
ridiculous.
that ball you're throwing at me? It's time and existence itself
It's
manifest.
everything. Everything 2, that's what I'm throwing at you.
Right,
so,
everything 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. So no, power scaling is really important. Clone Geek says, Jeff Johns' Wally run is better than his Barry run. I'd probably agree with that, but that's because I like Wally more than Barry, just like hands down.
He also didn't write Barry for nearly as long.
That's true. Wait, wasn't Rebirth him? Or was that
Rebirth. Look, Flash Rebirth is just, where is it?
I totally forget who it is.
This is Flash Rebirth.
Yeah, okay? It's only like 6 issues.
his Wally run? Hold on. I gotta move my Sonic books first in order to get to it.
Go see that movie. You guys haven't. I know you haven't seen that movie yet. Go see that movie.
His Wally run comparatively is this, which is already like 5 times the size of that, plus this, which this is the one with the Michael Turner.
Yeah, it's the Turner cover.
Plus a good chunk, though not all, of this. Right?
Rogue's War.
So, and that's a good Francis Manapul cover too.
Yeah, it is.
So it's not really a fair comparison, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Though his Wally run is very good. However, it's hampered by most of it being Scott Collins for the interior artist.
I know.
Who is absolute dog water.
Same problem with him that we have with G-Mine DeCarmio or whatever. Like they have, at least to me, I think we've talked about this, they feel so similar in their weird style. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And it was so disappointing too, because like we get that awesome shot of Barry going Blue Lantern in Blackest Night. I remember being like 18 and seeing that and losing my entire fucking mind and being like, this is all I ever wanted. And then we get it again they actually explore that in the Blackest Night Flash like mini, but that's drawn by Collins. So we still get the Blue Lantern, but it's nowhere near as cool because that's like Doug Mankey who does the original one.
Mm-hmm. Who's actually a good artist.
Oh no, he's a fantastic artist. I love Doug Mankey. Clone Geek says, I'm still bothered that John's Booster Gold run had him teach Booster that messing with the timeline is bad, but then lets Thawne mess with it with no repercussions. That's more of an issue of just what happens when you have 900 writers working on 900 different series at a time. People are going to forget things like that. And because like, think about that. If you have Thawne go, okay, I'm going to mess the timeline right now. Theoretically, you would then have to have every book in DC's line have some sort of change, and that's
Thawne is disconnected from the timeline and exists in every moment at once.
That's true too. Yeah, I actually like that bit about. They need to go explore the reverse Speed Force. They've never really done anything except they just say it exists.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, I have one last question for everybody, or mainly for you, to give a goodbye to the year present to our readers, a Merry Christmas present to our readers, our viewers. Andrew, how do you feel about this? Well, everybody, we'll see you next week. That has been Foil Variant for this week. We hope to see you next year. With the new year, we'll be ringing it in with a lot of amazing content. We'll be back. We'll have things to talk about. Rippaverse is going strong. Oh, look, he found a will to live. He saw a picture of Mary and said, I think I can go on for 15 more minutes.
That's pretty much it. The crop jacket that I don't even, how does that even zip up? Does it just go over his head? What is, like, so from here up, he's basically just Impulse.
Yeah, 100%.
However, and I don't have, at least from what I can tell, an issue with, like, the undersuit, but that jacket is stupid.
It's so bad. I feel like they're trying to go for a futuristic, like, Akira jacket look, or like Trunks, and I'm just not about it. Yeah, no, it's not that great. And I also think they should have cleaned up some of the, like the lines that go on his thighs, like those should have been clean. Like, you didn't need those. Imagine if that running shot in the right didn't have the branching outlines, just that one white on his leg. That would have been smooth.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That still doesn't bother me nearly as much as the crop jacket does.
Oh, no, not at all. No. This is not a replacement thing. I was just saying, like, that was just another thought.
Yeah, but I'm not about it. This design
I also don't like the runner shoes. I know a lot of suits in like modern superhero suits try that. This is not cool. Runner shoes don't look that cool, guys. They're just not that cool, unfortunately. You don't see James Bond putting on like Asics, right? Like, they're just not cool.
Or New Balance.
I would watch that though. Like, hold on a second, let me put on my New Balances.
Oh my gosh.
Mary says it would look good on a female, on a woman, probably, because those crop jackets work a lot more for your guys' like body types than ours. There's only been one man who's ever pulled it off, and it's Trunks, and he doesn't zip it up, it up.
Mm-hmm. And I don't even know how you would zip this one up.
Well, we'll find out. What's his name? Lemire will tell us. But I did laugh hard at this because it is your Dorito one that you don't like with like the pointed thing, but it also had the open hair. So like when I saw it, I was dying. I'm like, it's the perfect like 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I hate it. Jeff Lemire is a good writer.
Yeah.
I'm still not really looking forward to this book.
Yeah. I mean, I really like that first cover, and I feel like if we didn't see this yet, I would be way more like in because here, let me pull it up. Like I think it's a really, really good cover. If I can find one that's not like 4x4. Here we go. Like this one, this Robles cover for Absolute Flash. I think this looks great. And this, to me, I'm like, ooh, I'm in for that. It's just now that I see the suit, I'm like, I don't know. So I've got the foil.
Looks like he's being consumed by the Speed Force or something like that.
Or like tearing up or something. Honestly, it feels a little Smallville-y, like in a good way. Like that's how they would have done like Speed Force breaking in Smallville, was having him like liquefy or something. So like I've got this on pre-order. I got the foil on pre-order. We'll give it a shot. But
I do have the foil on pre-order. I have no idea what the foil looks like.
I'm pretty sure it's this one, but they haven't shown us yet. So you and I are both going in blind, but I'm hoping it's this one. And it's not another Marvel versus Capcom situation. But yeah, we will obviously be reading that book when it comes out. You know us. We are the Flash guys.
It's what, late January that one comes out?
Let's see. I just had the Tifa page open for it. Tifa, Absolute Flash. What do we say? It is March 19th. Final order cutoff is the end of January. Damn, that one's going to be a while. So we'll remember it. And we'll probably talk about it.
We're looking forward to it.
I know, right?
I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm waiting for it.
It's not Wolverine's Revenge, that's for sure.
Gosh.
But with that, I think that's a perfect place to call it for this week. We pretty much hit all the main books we wanted to talk about. We'll hit X-Men and all that stuff when we get our next issue. I think either next week or the week after that. We'll see. But aside from that, I think that is a close on the year for 2024 comic books. Wrong pages. 2024 comic books, the first little run of our show. I know we've only had it for 2 months, so I can't say that's it for the year for us. But yeah, I'm glad everybody could hang out with us tonight. I'm glad that you are all still kicking with us, even with our weird schedule. Obviously, as we go into the new year, hopefully that'll iron out. Hopefully we can also start, making everything look prettier and nicer around here. Andrew and I are already doing good. We're not tech issuing our startups anymore. The last 2 shows have been on time for the time that we said they were going to start.
Correct. I know for the time that we said. Yeah. We said we were going to start a little bit late today because
we had some
work to wrap up and you had some stuff going on.
But we made it. There was no hold on, guys. We even got all your chats. So it's going to be a great year moving forward. Obviously, this has been a great year. It was the year that, at least on my end, got me back into comic books with Ultimate Spider-Man and everything that has followed. So here's hoping we're on a full upward trajectory. But as you guys know from either watching our show, reading these books, or just hanging out in the culture, these things can go very south very badly. But we will let you know, and very quickly. So, but we will be here to take those hits for you. We will let you know what is good, what is bad, and we will be intellectually honest about it. But until then, I guess it's sign off time. Andrew, what do you have going on?
Guys, Bloodruth #1 is still available for pre-order for another 24 days, I want to say. So it's going to be ending sometime in mid-January, if I remember correctly. So make sure you get on that. That's the first horror graphic novel set in the Rippaverse. It's a really well-written story. The art is gorgeous. Beautiful art by ISOM #2 fan art contest winner Michael Montanat. Colors by Brett R. Smith, who's done colors for a bunch of our posters and covers, and he's done a bunch of mainstream colors as well. Make sure you guys also take a look at the Trinity Volume 1 collection, which is
That's what I was going to next.
Alpha Core 1, and Yaira 1, all collected in one either soft cover or hardcover, oversized hardcover volume, which is kind of a collector's version. Those are kind of like meant to be more of a collector's item. We're not expecting crazy things out of that because it's one of those things where it's like a lot of our fans already have those books. But it's a great way to jump in and kind of get an idea of like, okay, what were our first 3 releases looking like? Beyond that, we have our first Rippaveal showcase video dropping tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central. That's going to be a YouTube premiere video, which is about 40 plus minutes long, that is going to showcase many, not all, but many.
Hey, Nick's already here.
that we have going on in 2025. A couple of the projects you have heard of, but most of which you have not. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody's reactions to those. It's going to be quick trailers for each of these projects and
Rippaverse Direct.
I mean, you can kind of think of it like a Rippaverse Direct or like a Sony State of Play type
legally
of deal.
Distinct.
Right, legally distinct.
Yeah, Rippaverse Direct.
But yeah, guys, please check that out. Head over to the Rippaverse YouTube channel. Set your notifications for that. Can't wait to see you all there. I'll be moderating in the chat and looking forward to everybody's reactions. Normally, I would be on Mary's Saturday evening stream. However, she's taken the week off this week, so no Saturday stream over on Mary Mayhem.
Good. She deserves it.
Yeah, she deserves a break and some relaxation. We're just going to probably hang out, probably watch a bunch of Smallville, honestly.
Somebody say.
Exactly.
It's going to get stuck in your head, Mayor. Can't wait.
It really will. It really will. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us every week here on Foil Variant. Thank you so much to everybody who has supported the Rippaverse and our friends over at Iconic Comics and any other indie publisher out there who's trying to just put out good work consistently for the fans, for people who like comics, and just want to have fun and read something that, you know, is new, is fresh. And hopefully someday more of you guys will consider the Rippaverse and Common America and other things like that part of your proverbial pull list, just as you would with, you know, Batman and Spider-Man and all that. That's our goal. We just want to be able to be in the blessed position to take up a slot in your monthly release list.
Well, you got to get to monthly releases first, and then I'm sure you'll be on all of our lists.
2025 is going to look pretty close to that.
Oh man, that's exciting.
I'm gonna be really, really busy this coming year.
Well, Godspeed with everything you have going on over at the Rippaverse. I know you'll get it done in a flash. You will speed through it all, and you will be right back here for all the episodes we can muster if we are not absolutely slammed at either Rippa or Bounding. Also, guys, don't forget to check out, right before we went live here, the newest episode of the Control Z. I'm on the Control Z show over on the Rippaverse. It went live right before we went on. Andrew, Kanan, Eric, Igor, Marcos, they all hang out. They talk about their processes, everything that's going out. Very fun stream. Go check it out. Yeah, it's more Rippa content. What more could you ask for this holiday season?
Thank you for that.
Of course. And then, yeah, as you guys remember, I will, as soon as we are off here and I can get down to edit everything, in the description you will find links to the Rippaverse Rippa Reveal, Rippa Show, whatever you just gave a name, but now the direct word is stuck in my head, and I'm like Rippaveal. There we go. So I'll put links for the Rippaveal. I'll put links for the Control Z episode 3. I will put links for the Witchblade Kickstarter collection. So check come back in maybe like 5 minutes after the stream is over, and you'll see it right there. Aside from that, check out Rippaverse, check out boundingintocomics.com, check out my channel, Kabuto Studios, check out Andrew's channels, Caffeinated Wolf, over on everything, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter. No, on Twitter, you're Frajals Fenrir, and I don't even know how to say that first name. I never have. Ever since I learned it in like 9th grade, I've refused to learn how to pronounce it properly. But yeah, check that all out. You're doing a Saturday stream, I think, right? You mentioned that at the top.
I will be.
For
Xenoblade
Xeno
Chronicles 3 DLC.
Perfect. So yeah, check out everything we've got going on. Links will be thrown down in the bottom as soon as we are out of here. Guys, we've gotten a lot of great comics this year. I would at least chance to say we're on an upswing. Obviously, Rippa's part of that, Iconics part of that, but we're also seeing an upswing in our mainstream stuff. So here's hoping you guys will join us in the next year for all of that. Obviously, we will be here next week. There's no holiday plans or anything like that. So join us, come hang out, go give Absolute Wonder Woman a chance. Honestly, if we're surprised, you might be surprised as well. But that's all I've got for tonight. Any last words, Andrew?
That'll do it.
All right, guys. We will see you all Saturday we'll see you tomorrow over on my show. We'll see you Saturday on Andrew's gaming streams, and we'll see you Sunday for community night. And until then, we will see you later.
Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...
Stop streaming, please. Or don't. Or keep going and don't end for us, because for some reason, YouTube decided it wanted to do its crap tonight. So, if anybody is here right now, while my dumbass tries to shut down the actual stream... Like, why does... YouTube does not need to make this so complicated for us. Studio.youtube.com. You're live. Look at that. I know. I would like to not be live, and I have to click 7 different links for it. Just make it easy for us. We're here. We just want to be good show host, whatever. I don't know what word I'm looking for.
I want to be a good YouTuber, kind of, sort of, maybe.
Yeah.
Depends on what's necessary.
We'll be YouTubers. Mr. Beast! All right, there we go. Yes, Timon, this was a definite boomer move, but now we are out of here. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
Adios.
And stream. Better stay that way. Okay. Now I'm clicking.